I've spent years studying for the SAT, taking the test myself, scoring 780 out of 800 in the SAT Maths, and helping over 100 students boost their SAT scores by huge margins. I've seen what separates students who score 1500 plus from those who stay stuck at 1100, no matter how hard they grind. And today, I'm condensing all of that experience into 5 hours of the most valuable, most brutally honest SAT advice you will ever hear, and I'm giving it to you for free. My name is Azamaz, and I've helped over 100 students level up their SAT scores. And I run a growing community where students are consistently boosting their scores. Now, here's the part no one tells you. Most students obsess over tips and tricks, random vocab drills, or jumping between YouTube videos. But the students who actually get top scores, they focus on something completely different. Systematic prep, high-yield topics, question psychology, time efficiency, and how to think like the test makers. And this guide will take you through the entire SAT journey, from building solid foundations to mastering a high-level strategy. In a nutshell, here's what we're gonna cover today. 5 skills to master before your exam, hardest SAT questions walkthroughs, how to win at any skill on the SAT Maths, 10 SAT reading and writing strategies to increase your SAT score, and so much more. There are timestamps in the description, so bookmark this video because you're gonna come back to it a lot. Whether you're starting from scratch or aiming to jump from 1300 to 1500 plus, this is your roadmap. So let's get into it. Today, we're talking about improving your SAT score by at least 100 points. So in this video, I'm gonna walk you through my 7 favorite SAT tips that will massively improve your SAT score. After watching this, you will think differently about the way you solve SAT questions. By the way, I'm Azamaz, and I've helped over 100 students to improve their SAT scores. Alright, let's dive in. Tip number 1 is what I call equal not superior technique. You're seconds away from picking your answer. You've narrowed it down into 2 choices. Your heart is racing. One answer seems to fit, but the other feels slightly better. And then, bam, time's up. You pick the wrong one. Why? Because the SAT just pulled its sneaky tricks on you. Here's what they do. They give you a passage that describes 2 behaviors, one about cleaning, the other about hunting. No judgment, no comparison. There are just facts. Then in the answer choices, they throw in a trap, one that suggests one behavior is more important than the other, and your brain, craving simplicity, falls for it. Maybe you think, well, they did spend a bit more time talking about cleaning, so it must be the focus, right? Well, that's actually wrong. And that's exactly what they want you to think. Before we move on, can I be honest for a second? Why is SAT English always the worst parts? Like boring grammar drills, weird YouTube hacks, invitations that don't even help. I've literally tried everything and it literally sucks. Am I the only one? No, you're not the only one. SAT English has been a mess for years. But something just dropped that changes everything. Wait, what is it? Quick heads up, this video is kindly sponsored by Learnmazing, but it's actually fire. It's the first fully animated SAT English course. Animated? More like Pixar meets test prep. The grammar is taught through storytelling. The lessons are fun, easy, and enjoyable. You're not zoning out, you're hooked. Okay, but are the questions even real? Yeah, all based on actual SAT style questions written by real experts who've been in the game for years. But I just need practice like real test conditions. They've got that too, to time it and tracked practice sets, just like the digital SAT. You're not just learning, you're leveling up every time you log in. Well, that sounds too good, but what do other students say? Here's what students said. I can easily focus on practicing my weaknesses. This is so useful when preparing for the SAT. The lesson videos are also really helpful in telling you which skills and tactics are important for what kind of questions. Okay, where do I try this? The link is in the description, and if you're dragging your feet with English prep, this is your sign. Try Learn Amazing. You might finally enjoy SAT English. And here's the secret. Look for equal weight, not implied priority. If a passage presents two things neutrally without comparing them, the correct answer will not suggest one is better or worse. If an answer choice says contrast, preference, cross it out immediately. The right answer, it will match the neutral tone of the passage, just stating facts, no preference and no bias. And that's why we C is correct. So next time, here's what you need to do. If a passage describes multiple things without comparing them, then immediately eliminate any answer that says contrast, preference, or better than. I'll look for an answer that keeps a neutral descriptive tone. That's how you beat the SAT on its own game. But there is still one more trick they use that almost nobody talks about. And if you don't catch it, you'll fall for it every single time. Tip number 2 is what I call the forbidden value trick. You're flying through your SAT math section, question after question. You feel unstoppable, and then you see it. A simple looking equation. X multiplied by r minus 5 plus 4 equals 13x plus 30. It kind of sounds easy, but there is a trap. And if you don't catch it, you're walking straight into a score-crushing mistake. The question asks, what cannot be the value of r? Most students start solving for x, moving terms around and trying to get an answer. And that's exactly what the SAT wants you to do. Waste your valuable time. But what if I told you there is a shortcut, a way to solve this instantly without doing all the algebra? You keep working through the equation, you're convinced that you're getting closer. You simplify, you isolate x, and then something weird happens. You end up with an equation that suddenly doesn't work. The numbers don't add up, your calculator gives an error. Your confidence is shattered. But here's the trick. Instead of solving for x, look at when the equation breaks. In SAT Math, an equation has exactly one solution as long as the coefficient of x is not 0. And if the coefficient of x disappears, the equation collapses, making it impossible to solve. So let's break it down. Firstly, rearrange the equation x multiplied by r minus 5 minus 13x equals 26. Factor out x. So we get x multiplied by r minus 5 minus 13 equals 26, and that will equal to this. For there to be exactly one solution, r minus 18 doesn't equal to 0, which means r cannot be 18. So that's our answer. Choice C, 18. Now that you know the trick, here's how to use it in other SAT questions. Always check when the coefficient of x becomes 0. This is the SAT's hidden breaking point. If an equation has no solution, that means the forbidden value is the answer. Instead of solving the whole equation, eliminate the impossible value instantly. By the way, if you're serious about boosting your SAT score, make sure to click the join button below. You're in the middle of the SAT, dialed in, locked, cooking, and then, boom, a word that you've never seen before. Incontrovertible. Clock is ticking, heart is racing. Does it mean controversial? The opposite? What do? You're gonna panic, guess, or maybe move on. And just like that, one question could cost you tens of points. But here's the crazy part. You already know the answer. And it's not just to this word, to dozens of other words as well. The SAT is a trap. They try to slow you down and they want you to burn time. And most students, they fall for it. They think the only way out is to memorize hundreds of words, which is like trying to drink the entire ocean. But here's the cheat code. Instead of memorizing words, you decode them. You may be thinking, how? A prefix is like a secret key. It tells you exactly what a word means before you even finish reading it. And check this out. In means not. Contra means against. Verts means turn. So if you put it together, we get not able to turn against, aka undeniable. So boom, worked cracked. No memorization, no stress. But what if the SAT throws something worse at you? Like misapprehend. Are you gonna guess, skip, or are you gonna pray? No, you break it down. Miss means wrong. Apprehend means to understand. So misapprehend means to understand something incorrectly. You didn't memorize it, you kind of unlocked it. And here's where it gets wild. There are only 32 prefixes that make up most of the hard words on the SAT. Pre means before, precede, which means to come before. Sub means under, submarine means underwater. Re means again, rebuild means to build again. And I put all 32 of them into a free worksheet that you can find in the description below. You're reading an SAT science passage. The words, pure nonsense. Mitochondrial transcription factors regulate gene expression in response to oxidative stress. What does that even mean? You read it and still nothing. Clock is ticking, stress is rising, and your score is dropping. But here's the fix. A simple trick that makes science passages 10x easier to understand. And here's the truth. Most of the science terms don't matter. The SAT doesn't really care if you know what oxidative phosphorylation is, so don't waste your time decoding those complex terms. Instead, focus on what actually makes sense. The passage says transcription factors influence cellular response. Ignore transcription factors. Just focus on influence response. So make sure that you skip the jargon and read the meaning instead. When you stop getting stuck on jargon, everything changes. You read faster, you understand better and more, you answer questions with confidence. Alright, skipping jargon, it's powerful. Breaking down words, it's really game-changing. But here's the thing. These first 4 tips, they're just the beginning. Before we get into the next part, let's be real. If what you're doing right now actually worked, you'd already have a 1500. Well, most SAT students aren't lazy. They're just stuck. They don't have a real plan, they had too many books and still making silly mistakes on easy SAT questions. That's exactly why I built the SAT Elite Coaching. SAT Elite Coaching is a coaching program where I train students live twice a week using real SAT patterns that show up on test day over and over again. You're not watching videos, you're solving, strategizing, fixing what actually holds you back. You will get access to 8 live sessions a month, session recordings, priority support, and a full SAT prep community. I just analyzed something every SAT student needs to see: prediction questions. And they're trickier than ever this year. But here's what no one is telling you: the College Board keeps using the same patterns. So I broke down real questions from past papers, mapped out the exact types they're likely to repeat, and built a step-by-step approach for your exam. And in this video, I'm giving you the full breakdown so you don't waste time guessing and actually start getting these right. Alright, I just spotted a pattern in SAT prediction questions, and if you're prepping for your exam, this could be the edge that you need. Here's the one that looks basic, but almost everyone overthinks it. What's the main purpose of the text? Seems simple, right? But here's what the SAT does. They lead you with a familiar idea, then twist it just enough to trap you. Check this out. First, you get a stat from Finland's digital education skyrocketing. Then they explain it using a fancy-sounding model. Schools use more tech because they got better Wi-Fi. But here's the twist and the real reason this question shows up. A new study disproves that model. It says tech adoption is messy, driven by teacher training, student engagement, way more than just internet access. So what's the move here? You don't get distracted by the country names. You ask, why does this paragraph exist? And the answer is always to challenge a common explanation. This pattern set up a popular belief, then dismantle it with new evidence has shown up again and again in SAT questions. Alright, here's a trend as a question. That's exactly the type the SAT loves to sneak in, and if you spot the pattern, it becomes dead simple. Let's break it down. Dr. Elena has studied coral reef ecosystems in the Caribbean for over 2 decades. She developed a revolutionary method for coral transplantation that increased survival rates by 40%. Now, pause for a second. Most students rush straight to their choices, but here's how top scorers think. They read both lines and ask one question. What's the relationship between these two ideas? And here it's obvious. First line is for background. The second line is what she achieved because of that background. So the second sentence isn't contrasting, it's not summarizing, it's not even wrapping anything up. It's zooming in and it's saying here's the specific thing this expert did. Now look at the choices. Specifically, perfect. It sharpens the focus. Conversely, makes no sense. You're not flipping the idea. Finally, there wasn't a list. So this isn't the end of anything. Nevertheless, again, we're not showing contrast, we're building. So the correct answer is A, specifically. And here's the kicker. The SAT loves this pattern. Broad statement, then zoomed in example. And now you know exactly how to answer this. Alright, this SAT question looks innocent, but it hides one of the College Board's favorite tricks. It's a main idea question, and the way they frame these, you miss one word and the whole answer feels right until it isn't. Let's look at the passage. We're talking Tar, Hungarian filmmaker, long shots, barely any stories, super slow pacing. It sounds boring because here's where it flips. Most people bail because they want fast, punchy, Marvel-style storytelling, but Tar's films and contemplative cinema in general are designed to frustrate, and then viewers stop chasing instant gratification. They start feeling more, seeing more, connecting way deeper. That's the SAT's trap here. They want to see if you will pick an answer that just says it's slow and frustrating, or the one that actually gets what the passage is doing. So let's check all the options here. A talks about struggle, but no mention of the deeper connection, but no mention of the deeper reward, so cut it. C makes stuff up, like Ter is better than other directors, not in the text. D sounds deep but misses the point. It's not about his intent, it's about the audience's experience. Only B gets it right. It shows both sides, the frustration and the potential for powerful engagement. And here's the part the SAT keeps repeating. They set up a seeming flaw, then flip it into a strength, especially on arts or literature passages. Slow films aren't boring. Long points aren't confusing. They're deliberate. And if you see that setup again, you already know what they're doing here. So next time the SAT hands you a passage that feels frustrating or offbeat, lean in. The real answer is probably hidden after the twist. Before we get into the next part, let's be real. If what you're doing right now actually worked, you'd already have a 1500. Well, most SAT students aren't lazy. They're just stuck. They don't have a real plan. They had too many books and still making silly mistakes on easy SAT questions. That's exactly why I built the SAT Elite Coaching. SAT Elite Coaching is a coaching program where I train students live twice a week using real SAT patterns that show up on test day over and over again. You're not watching videos, you're solving. strategizing, fixing what actually holds you back. You will get access to 8 live sessions a month, session recordings, priority support, and a full SAT prep community. We have an equilateral triangle, equal sides, equal angles, with a perimeter of 876 centimeters. But here's where it gets insane. The triangle is inscribed in a circle. That means all 3 vertices touch the circle perfectly. And they want us to find W when the radius equals W multiplied by the square root of 3 centimeters. Most students would panic right now, but not you. So firstly, we should find the side length. So this is an equilateral triangle, which means all 3 sides are identical. So perimeter equals 876 centimeters, and side length would be 876 divided by 3, which equals 292 centimeters. Now we have to find the connection between the side length and radius. So when an equilateral triangle is inscribed in a circle, there is a magical relationship. Radius equals side length divided by the square root of 3. This is the formula that can change this SAT question. So the formula that can take you from being a struggling student to crushing these types of problems. So here we have R equals 292 divided by the square root of 3. So now we know that R equals W multiplied by the square root of 3. So 292 divided by the square root of 3, and this will equal to W in the square root of 3. So 292 equals W multiplied by 3. So W equals 292 divided by 3. The sentence that we care about here says any graduate from the boot camps who arrived in San Francisco with a prototype in their laptop could take no shorter road to seeing it develop than that, which led to the office of Dr. Markova. So let's pull out some keywords here. No shorter road, which is the underlined portion here. And this means that going to Dr. Markova was the best option. If you want to develop your idea, seeing it developed. This tells us what she does. She helps programmers bring their ideas to life. So here, our conclusion or summary of the sentence is that if you wanted your app to succeed, going to Dr. Markova was the best move. Now let's understand the role of this sentence, because when we have a phrase that is underlined, it's more about the sentence than just about this word. Now let's think, why does this author include this? What does it tell us about Dr. Markova? So the passage says she welcomes everyone, even if their ideas are not amazing. She's brutally honest and doesn't sugarcoat her feedback. But despite her bluntness, people still go to her because she's important. So our summary here that Dr. Markova is a big deal. If you're a new developer, getting help from her is a game changer. So now let's try to eliminate some wrong answer choices. So here we have a choice A. It conveys Dr. Markova's lack of interest in continuing to support new programmers. Well, no, the passage literally says she welcomes everyone. She might be blunt, but she's still supporting them. Choice B, it explains Dr. Markova's view of the quality of technological innovations of the time. There is no mention of what she thinks about technology in general, just that she helps people whether their ideas are good or bad. Choice C creates a contrast between the inexperience of a young developer and the wisdom of Dr. Markova. This might sound good, but that's not what this sentence does. It's saying she's the best path to succeed. It's not comparing her experience to theirs. Choice D, it emphasizes the degree to which Dr. Markova's support is consequential for inexperienced developers. Boom, this matches our summary perfectly, and the passage tells us going to her is the best way to get an idea developed, which shows how important her help is for new programmers. So the final best answer to it is choice D. By breaking it down this way, even if you didn't really understand the passage wholly, you can follow the logic and see why D is the best choice. Imagine if every hard SAT question suddenly felt easy, not because the test got easier, but because you know exactly how to break it down. Most students think the SAT is tricky. The test makers try to confuse us. Yes, but once you learn how they create those hard questions, they become predictable. And right now, SAT questions feel like a magic trick. They seem impossible to solve, but what if someone showed you exactly how the tricks work? Suddenly, it's not magic anymore, it's just a pattern. That's exactly what I do in these types of videos, and if you're interested, you can click the join button below. Well, anytime we have a scaling question like this, we should start by understanding how the scaling affects the map and the distances represented on it. So they tell us that the original map has a width of 60 inches and that 1 inch represents 20 miles in real life. That means the entire width of the map represents 60 multiplied by 20, which is 1200 miles, which is the actual width of the area covered by the map now. They shrink the map by 80%, meaning that the new map keeps the same proportions but is only 20% of the original width. So 60 multiplied by 0.2 equals 12 inches. So the new map here has a width of 12 inches, but still represents the same real-world area of 1200 miles. So the question is asking us, on the smaller map, what's the actual distance represented by 1 inch? Well, if the entire width of the smaller map is 12 inches and represents 1200 miles, you can just divide 1200 by 12, and that equals to 100 miles per inch. So this is just a basic proportion problem where we're shrinking the map, but the real world area stays the same, meaning that each inch now covers more real distance. And notice how the SAT likes to set up trap answers here. For example, choice A, 5 miles per inch, and choice B, 10 miles per inch. And those choices might seem tempting if you misunderstood the problem and assumed everything was shrinking uniformly. But actually, when a map gets smaller, each inch covers more distance, not less, which is why the correct answer has to be a much larger number. And just a quick SAT strategy tip. Whenever they give you a shrinking or enlarging problem, always check if the total world area stays the same, because that's often the key to solving it quickly. So if you saw that the total distance didn't change, then you could have guessed that the new scale had to be larger than 20 miles per inch, eliminating the smaller answer choices immediately. Alright, so let's read the passage. Among the many overlooked artists of her era was Clara Ellison, whose painting exuded an air of quiet brilliance, though few could determine whether this was due to genuine mastery or mere mystique. Her canvases, often obscured by layers of symbolism, seemed to hint at an artistic genius that critics could neither confirm nor deny. Her long-lost letters, discovered decades later, might provide some insight into her creative process, but given that they were largely composed of ambiguous metaphors and unfinished thoughts, they might as well have remained undiscovered. Okay, so what stands out here? So few could determine whether her talent was real or not. Critics couldn't decide. The letters didn't really help, they just added to the mystery. And that's the basic sense of it. So let's check out the choices here. Choice A, she has the reputation of a remarkable artist, but it's unclear whether she truly possesses extraordinary talent. Well, okay, so remarkable artist. Yeah, the passage says her paintings had quite brilliance, but unclear whether she truly possesses extraordinary talent. Yep, this matches perfectly with critics could neither confirm nor deny her genius. And I like this choice. It really feels like neutral and it's very hard to prove it wrong. So let's check out the others as well. So choice B, she intentionally avoided public recognition despite making significant contributions to the art world. Intentionally avoided public recognition? Did she do that? No, nothing in the passage says she was avoiding fame. And it's not like she was hiding in a cabin somewhere. It's just that critics didn't know if she was actually good. So I don't really like this one. Choice C, she appeared to be a visionary painter, but her writing suggested some of her work was fraudulent. Fraudulent? It's a super strong word Did the passage ever say her work was fake? Nope, it just says the meaning was unclear, not that she was lying. And it's a very strong word and there is no proof in the passage. Choice D, she would have been widely recognized if her artistic influences had not been difficult to interpret. Would have been widely recognized? Does the passage say that? No, it just says people couldn't figure out if she was truly great. If her artistic influences had not been so difficult to interpret. The passage talks about symbolism and mystery, but it doesn't say that the reason she wasn't famous. And in this story, there is too much assumption, so that's why that's not a correct answer choice. Now that we know, the final correct answer choice is choice A. The clothing store buys shirts at a wholesale price of $5 each and resells them each at a retail price that is 320% of the wholesale price. At the end of the season, any remaining shirts are marked at a discounted price that is 75% off the retail price. What is the discounted price of each remaining shirt in dollars? So this is such a great question because it has some serious traps, and I would know that going in, first, we're dealing with the percentages, which are notoriously tricky on the SAT. And second, it's a multi-step problem, meaning there is a huge opportunity for you to make a mistake. So if you don't stay careful, you might make a mistake here. So let's break it down step by step. So here we are given that a clothing store buys shirts for $5 each. Then it resells them at 320% of the wholesale price. That off is really important because it tells us that we're not just taking a normal percentage of a number. That means we use this formula. New price equals original multiplied by a percentage as a decimal. The original here is $5 and 320% as a decimal is 3.20 because we move the decimal 2 places on to the left. So 5 multiplied by 3.2 would equal to 60. So the retail price of the shirt is $16. But you're not done yet. There is a second step that you should take. Any remaining shirts are marked at a 75% discount. Now the phrase 17% off is very different from saying 70% off. This is where a lot of students get trapped because off means we subtract that percentage from 100. So instead of multiplying by 0.75, we multiply by 1 minus 0.75, which is 0.25, because 75% off means you're only paying 25% of the original price. So $16 multiplied by 0.25, and that's equals to 4. So that's our final answer, $4 per shirt. And if you wanted to do this all in one step, you could have done 5 multiplied by 3.2 multiplied by 0.25 and you would get 4. But since these percentages can be tricky, I highly recommend you to break it down because this video is your golden ticket. The 10 hardest SAT prediction questions, the ones that rack so many students every single year. And I spent the last 3 months analyzing the last 3 years SAT data, tracking every single SAT trend, decoding College Board updates. And the best part is that I've put together a free worksheet with every single strategy that you need. In 1954, something happens that changed the world forever. A man named Dr. Jonas Salk developed the first polio vaccine, a single discovery, a single breakthrough. Millions of lives were saved. But here's the real question. How do we measure the impact of this man's work? Medical researchers argue that Salk's contribution to eradicating polio is the vaccine's mass immunization campaigns and the dramatic collapse of polio cases worldwide. So let's break this down step by step. So the answer is right in front of you. So step number 1 is thinking before you look. So first, pause, take a deep breath. What's the passage really saying? So Jonas Salk made a vaccine. That vaccine didn't just help. It wiped polio off the map. in most of the world. And his contribution is obviously connected to this massive success. Now, before even looking at the answer choices, now I want you to ask yourself, well, is Sal's contribution irrelevant, criticized, or hidden? Think about this. No, it's not clear as day. So, step number 2 is eliminating the nonsense answer choices. Look at the options. Some of them are ridiculous. And let's have a look at choice A, irrelevant to. Are you joking? The vaccine saved millions of lives. Of course, his contribution is relevant. So let's eliminate choice A. Choice B, criticized by. Criticized? Who is even criticizing a man who literally helped eradicate a disease? So this choice is wrong. Choice D, obscured by. Obscured? No, his work isn't hidden. It's in the history books, right? So we can eliminate choice D as well. Now, if you have a look at choice B, evident in, bingo. Sal's contribution is clearly seen in the success of the vaccine. The streets of Manhattan are a war zone. Not for humans, and no. For pigeons, for rats, for every creature that is desperately fighting for the survival in a city that never sleeps. You think New York is just buildings and people? That's completely wrong. It's an ecosystem, a battlefield. Every single square inch of the space is contested. The competition is so brutal. And in the middle of this chaotic struggle, we have one crucial word, which is claim. What does it even mean? It's not some legal document or it's not some peaceful negotiation. No one is politely stepping aside and saying, "Oh, excuse me, Mr. Rat, this spot is yours." No. It's the fight, it's survival, it's about who gets to stay and who gets pushed out. So, which answer choice captures this sort of ruthless energy? Let's kind of break them down. So, starting with choice A, declare. Declare ownership of. It sounds really fancy, right? Like a king sitting on a throne saying, "I declare this land mine." But we're not talking about royalty. We're talking about rats and pigeons battling for scraps. So this choice is wrong. Choice B, demands compensation for. What? Who's getting paid? Like, a rat isn't walking into a court saying, "I demand financial compensation." No, it's not saying that. So we can literally eliminate this choice as well. Now let's have a look at choice C, reserve exclusively for. This choice looks like they are booking an Airbnb reserved from this ledge from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. No, this is not a reservation system, so this choice is wrong. Now let's have a look at choice D, compete to obtain. Yes. This is the war. This is competition. This is the very essence of what's happening on these streets. Every bird, every rodent is fighting for its place, for its food, for its survival. And this is the correct answer choice. So the final answer is choice D, compete to obtain. If you don't get this prediction question right, you'll stay stuck and you will keep getting the same mediocre scores, the same frustrating results, the same feeling of, why am I not improving? So let me show you how to solve this SAT prediction question. So step number 1 is looking at the question again slowly. So we are not just finding an answer. What we are doing is that we are finding the answer. So let's read it again. Feel it. What's this actually asking? So it's not asking for a fact, and it's asking for a function of what the underlined sentence is, and it's asking what the underlined sentence is doing in the passage. So the second step is reading the passage, but this time with awareness. So when studying the behavior of wild wolves in Yellowstone National Park, researchers observed a striking change in pack dynamics after the reintroduction of wolves to the area. Shifting from their solitary hunting practices to highly organized cooperative hunting strategies, the wolves began to take down larger prey with greater efficiency. This behavior, influenced by environmental pressures, allowed the wolves to survive in an ecosystem that previously struggled with a lack of predators. Do you see it? The first sentence sets up the big change. The underlying sentence zooms in on that event. And the last sentence explains why it matters. And that middle sentence is elaborating. It's giving the details that make the change real. So the next step is predicting before looking at the answer choices. And I will tell you this right now. Smart test takers predict first. And if you just jump to the answer choices, you get trapped. So your brain latches onto whatever sounds real good in answer choices. But if you already know what you're looking for, then you can smell the right answer. What is our prediction then? So the underlined sentence is adding detail to the previous one. It's giving a clear picture of the change in hunting strategies. So the next step is destroying the wrong answer choices. So let's go one by one. Choice A, it elaborates on the previous sentence statements about a change in the wolves' hunting strategies. Oh, this matches our prediction exactly. Choice B, it provides information about how the ecosystem evolved in support of a claim about wolf behavior advanced in the following sentence. Nope, this isn't about the ecosystem evolving. That's just background info in the last sentence. Choice C, it recounts a moment in the wolf's adaptation process that ensured the survival of their species, which is summarized in the following sentence. It sounds a little fancy but strong. The sentence isn't about a moment. It's just explaining the behavior. Choice D. It presents evidence that challenges the previous sentence characterization of wolf pack dynamics. What? There is no contradiction. The sentence is supporting the first one, not challenging it. So the final step is locking in the answer. So the final correct answer choice is choice A. That's it. That's how you dominate this type of SAT question. Now, if you're still hesitating, if you're still doubting yourself, ask yourself this. Are you actually applying these steps when you practice? Or are you just skimming the answer choices and hoping for the best? This is an SAT structure question, and you know what that means. They're not asking for what the passage says. They're asking how is this passage built. Think of it like architecture, like dissecting a blueprint. The first line, a question, and it pulls you in. It makes you wonder, why do sunflowers tilt but oaks don't? Then the passage offers a theory, a possible answer. It introduces oxen, it explains the difference, it tells us why one plant moves and the other stays still. So what's the structure here? It's question, then answer. So that's it. Simple, direct, and clean. Now, let's destroy the wrong answer choices one by one. Choice A. The text compares the growth patterns of two plant species, then explains how those patterns are affected by environmental changes. No. The passage does compare two plants, sure, but where is the part about environmental changes? Nowhere, not a single mention. So choice A is wrong. Choice B, the text presents a theory about two species, then discusses facts that weaken the theory. Weaken the theory where the whole passage supports the theory. It's not questioning it, so we can eliminate choice B as well. Choice C, the text poses a question about two species, then presents a possible answer. Yes. That's exactly what happens. Keep this one. Now choice C. The text describes a behavior shared by two species, then discusses other behaviors shared by them. Shared behaviors? No, these two plants are so different. One moves, one doesn't. So this choice is completely wrong. The correct answer is choice C because it's simple. And that is how you analyze SAT structure questions. You break it down, you look at the blueprint, and you choose the answer that actually fits, not the one that just sounds smart. Now, go apply this method in every SAT structure question that you see, and watch how easy those questions are gonna become. So the first step is reading the question. Here is the question. Which choice best states the main purpose of the text? Pause right here. This is where most people mess up. Main purpose questions are not about random details. They are about one thing. Why did the author write this? Think of it like a text from a friend. What are they really trying to say? What is their main point? That's what we need to figure out. So the next step is reading the text. Popular systems are that solar panels and wind turbines dominate renewable energy discussions because they've changed global markets. Lesser known systems are the ones that says wave energy converters could also be crucial in fighting climate change. And a key point here is that unlike solar and wind, wave energy is still untapped, but it has huge potential for large-scale energy production. So the next step number 3, is predicting the answer choice. Alright, so let's break this down. The first part, which is solar and wind energy. They're already famous. They are the celebrities of renewable energy. And the second part talks about wave energy, the underrated underdog. But scientists think it could be huge. The author isn't listing some problems. They're not saying wave energy is better than solar and wind. They're just shining a spotlight on wave energy's potential. So what is our prediction? Our prediction is that the passage is explaining why wave energy is an exciting and promising field in renewable energy research. So the next step number 4, is analyzing the answer choices. Now let's go full on these 4 answer choices. Choice A, to describe the technological challenges faced by wave energy systems during development. Nope, the passage never talks about problems or struggles. If this were a boxing match, this option wouldn't even be in the ring. So we can eliminate this choice. Choice B, to present reasons why renewable energy researchers consider wave energy systems to be promising. Yes, this This is exactly what we predicted, and the passage hypes up waves energy's potential and says why scientists are excited about it. So let's keep this choice locked in. So choice C, to compare the efficiency of wave energy systems with that of solar and wind energy. Nah, there is no wave energy is 27% more powerful, like nonsense here. The passage isn't comparing efficiency, it's just explaining waves energy's potential. And we can eliminate this choice. Choice D, to argue that wave energy systems are more effective at reducing emissions than solar or wind energy. Absolutely not. The passage isn't making an argument. No one is saying wave energy is the champion of renewables. So we can eliminate this choice as well. So the next step number 5, is deciding on the final answers. So the best choice here is choice B, to present reasons why renewable energy researchers consider wave energy systems to be promising. Now, I want to give you some tips to approach these types of questions. So the first tip is think big picture. Don't get lost in these small details. Instead, zoom out. Ask, why did the author write this? Step number 1, reading the text carefully. The text is about a study where Dr. Marcus Reyes is looking at how exercise affects the release of endorphins, the feel-good chemicals in your brain. And here's the key part. Low-intensity cycling doesn't really do much for endorphins. High-intensive cycling, boom, endorphins spike. But here's the most important part. Heart rate didn't go past a certain level. So Dr. Reyes didn't think the increase in endorphins came from physical strain. Instead, she thinks it was the intensity of the exercise that caused the endorphins to release more. So the heart rate finding is important because it helps Dr. Reyes figure out why the endorphins were increased. Without it, he might have thought that increased endorphins were just from physical strain. Now, the next step is predicting our answer choice. Alright, so let's predict. Here's what we need to know. The heart rate not going past a certain level is super important because it rules out that the endorphins were released just from physical effort. And this means the heart rate finding is crucial because it shows the increase in endorphins was due to intensity and not the physical effort, which, let's be honest, we all know is sometimes overrated, right? So based on this, I predict the answer is going to have something to do with ruling out an alternative explanation for the endorphin increase. So the next step number 3, is analyzing the answer choices. Now let's go through each answer choice really carefully. And we have to be like you're picking the best ice cream flavor from the freezer. You always choose the right one, right? Right. So choice A, it provided a preliminary evidence that endorphin levels increase during high-intensity cycling. Nope, the passage already told us the endorphins increase during high-intensity cycling. The heart rate finding isn't giving us that information. It's telling us why the increase happened. So we can literally eliminate this choice. Choice B, it suggested that changes in endorphin levels, endorphin release may occur during both high and low intensity exercise. Oh no. This isn't what the passage is saying. It doesn't suggest that low intensity exercise causes endorphin increases. It's focusing on high intensity exercise. So we can delete this one too. So choice C, it ruled out a potential alternative explanation for the increase in endorphin levels during high intensity cycling. Bingo, this is exactly what the passage is saying. The heart rate didn't go past a certain level, so the increase in endorphins couldn't be from physical strain, as Dr. Rians was able to rule that out, and this is the right answer. Choice D. It clarified that endorphin release during exercise dependent on participants' individual fitness levels. Nope. We didn't talk about individual fitness levels in the passage. The study didn't focus on that at all. We can toss this one away. So the next step is deciding on the final answer, and the correct answer choice is choice C. It ruled out an alternative explanation for why the endorphins increase during high-intensity cycling. The heart rate finding also helped it explain that it was the intensity, not the strain, that caused that increase. Before we get into the next part, let's be real. If what you're doing right now actually worked, you would already have a 1500. Well, most SAT students aren't lazy. They're just stuck. They don't have a real plan, they had too many books and still making silly mistakes on easy SAT questions. That's exactly why I built the SAT Elite Coaching. SAT Elite Coaching is a coaching program where I train students live twice a week using real SAT patterns that show up on test day over and over again. You're not watching videos, you're solving, strategizing, fixing what actually holds you back. You will get access to 8 live sessions a month, session recordings, priority support, and a full SAT prep community. This SAT question seems simple, but it's designed to trick you. They say Emma increased her speed by 120% and Leo increased his by 960%. Then they ask how much percent more distance Leo covered compared to Emma. Here's what most students do wrong. They subtract the percent. 960% minus 120%, and that equals 840%. And they think that's the answer. But that's not how percent change works. You can't just subtract the increased percentages and expect that to give you how much more one is compared to the other. Percent increase is multiplication, not subtraction. They want you to compare final values, not the percent gains themselves. And I'm going to show you the fastest way of solving this SAT question. So firstly, you should use a made-up starting value. Since both runners start at the same speed, you can pick any number. The easiest one is 100. So let's solve it step by step. So number 1, Emma increases her speed by 120%. So the starting value is 100%. Final value equals 100 plus 120% of 100, which equals 100 plus 120, and that equals 220. Number 2, Leo increases his speed by 960%. So the starting value is 100. The final value is 100 plus 960% of 100. So that would be 100 plus 960. That equals 1060. Now the question becomes, how much more is 1060 compared to 220 in percent terms? So let's use the formula for percent increases. New minus original divided by original multiplied by 100. So 1060 minus 220 divided by 220 multiplied by 100. That's going to equal to 840 divided by 220 multiplied by 100, and that's going to equal to 381.8%. So the final answer is 382. So now let's talk about strategies that you can use for similar types of SAT questions. So firstly, make sure to pick a simple starting number like 100 and then apply the percent changes, compare the results using the percent change formula. That way you don't fall for the trap of subtracting percentages or overthinking abstract relationships. So in a nutshell, give yourself actual values, do the math, and trust your calculator. That's how you stay accurate under SAT exam pressure. Now let's move on to question number 2. The absolute value inequality theorem states that for any real number equation x minus a is less than b, the solution represents all values within b units of A on the number line. If an inequality has the form y minus 7 is less than 12, which inequality represents the possible values of phi that satisfy this absolute value inequality? And here we have 4 answer choices. Well, in this case, a lot of students solve this question on paper. That's exactly the worst SAT mistake that you can ever make. This is the digital SAT, so if you got Desmos, why do algebra when you can just see the answer? So we've got y minus 7 is less than 12. And if you hate absolute value equations, this is the easiest way of solving these types of questions. Firstly, open Desmos, then after that, type this absolute value equation into Desmos, then so that we hits the line at 2 points. Left intersection is x equals minus 5. Right intersection, it is x equals 19. And the region under the line is where the v is less than 12. So the solution to x minus 7 is less than 12 is the x values where v is below the line. That's between negative 5 and 19. So that's our answer. Now let's move on to the next SAT reading question. So the question states, which choice best describes the overall structure of the text? So you're being asked about the structure, aka how the paragraph is built. And you can think of it as asking, what's the blueprints of this little argument? Not what it's about, but how the author lays it out. So now let's read the passage slowly and come up with a prediction. So here's our passage. Streaming series that are part of larger universes are often criticized for being formulaic. Take, for instance, The Mandalorian 2019, which is part of the Star Wars expanded universe. It is true that this series resembles earlier Star Wars content, but just because a series has familiar elements doesn't mean it can also be innovative. Critics generally agree that The Mandalorian isn't the most groundbreaking series, but streaming series are rarely as repetitive as some people claim, and some universe-based series like Loki 2021 are wonderfully creative. So now let's break this passage down. So firstly, people say that shows in a big universe like Star Wars or some other ones are repetitive, and they give an example of that, which is Mandalorian, and yeah, it kind of looks like some other Star Wars stuff. And there is a big but moments. Familiar doesn't mean boring or bad. Critics admit it's not totally new, but also not repetitive or trash. So in short sentences, we can say that these shows are kind of same, and then there is a contrast that says, hey, it's not always same. Some of them are cool and fresh. So now let's create a prediction. So the author starts by showing a common criticism and then says, not entirely fair. And then gives some counterpoints, even examples of shows that are creative. So if you're expecting something like, here we have a complaint, but it's not that simple. Some shows are actually creative. So that's what I'm expecting, which is criticism versus rebuttal structure. Now, we should go through the answer choices. Choice A. The text summarizes the plot of a streaming series, then explains how the plot is continued in a later series in that universe. Well, we don't really have plot summary here. We didn't just get any story details. There's no timeline. There's just commentary on whether the shows feel repetitive or not. So we can eliminate this choice. Choice B, the text explains why some people enjoyed a particular streaming series, then considers why other people disliked it. Well, this kind of sounds like a review battle. Some people love it, but the author didn't really talk about why people liked. They only said critics agree. It's not super new and still creative. So we can cross this answer choice. Choice C, the text describes audiences' reactions to a series that is part of a larger universe, then presents some critics' reactions to that series. Well, this one sounds really close. But make sure to be careful here because the beginning of the text talks about a general criticism from
critics, not necessarily audience reactions to The Mandalorian. And then we get critics' opinions, yes, but first part wasn't about audience feelings. It was more about general stereotypes, so it's kind of tempting and it's not accurate enough. And now let's read the choice D. The text discusses a common criticism of universe-based series, then argues that the criticism is mostly undeserved. Yes, this is exactly what we predicted. First, people say these shows are formulaic, and which is a criticism. Then there's a sentence that says, but wait, Mandalorian might be familiar but still innovative. And then gives an example of Loki. Loki is even super creative, so it's a rebuttal. So the correct answer choice here is D. And if you're interested in getting your dream SAT score as fast as possible, make sure to watch this video next where I break down exactly how you can do it. Let's say this is you and you've got less than a week until the SAT. You've studied so much and you've practiced a lot. But deep down, you still feel like you're missing something very important. And you're right, because most students don't fail the SAT from lack of knowledge. They fail because they don't know how to play the SAT game. And in this video, I'm giving you every strategy that I've seen work. So let's get started. There are 4 strategies that you need to know if you want to get a high SAT score. And in this video, I'll show you each of those strategies and I'll explain exactly how you can use them on SAT questions. So, by the way, my name's Azamat and I got 780 on the SAT math section. So let's get into it. So the first strategy is eliminating fractions early on in these types of questions. And to show you how to use this strategy, let's solve this exact question. So the first thing that you want to do is that you want to eliminate fractions early on, as I said before. So to do that, we should find the least common denominator. In this case, the least common denominator is 6xyz. And what we can do is we can multiply the entire equation by this equation. So we can multiply the entire equation by this. So let's do that step by step. 6xyz multiplied by 1 over 3xy plus 6xyz multiplied by xyz, and that is going to equal to 6xyz multiplied by 1 over 2yz, 1 over 2yz. So now we can simplify each term here. X and y are removed here. And 6 over 3, that's going to equal to 2. So we got 2z plus 6xyz squared. And that's going to equal to, we can remove y and z here. And 6 over 2 equals 3. So 3x. So now we can solve for y. And before solving for y, let's subtract 2z from both sides. Z is equal to z. So that would be 6 multiplied by x, y, z squared. And that's going to equal to 3x minus 2z. And now we can divide both sides by 6. So we get x, y, z squared equals 3x minus 2z divided by 6. And now we can
take the square root of both sides. So that would be x, y, z equals 3x minus 2z divided by 6x. And now what we can do is we can divide both sides by zx so that we can isolate y. So that would be this multiplied by 1 over xy. Here's multiplied by 1 over xz. So we can eliminate x and z here, so that the y equals, and what we can do in this case is 1 over 6z is the same as 1 over x squared z squared. So we can rewrite it this way, and then we multiply these two things. We can rewrite it as y equals square root of 3x minus 2z divided by 6x third that squared. So y is going to equal to this. By the way, 99% of students are grinding for months, and most of them still are scoring so low. And you might be wondering why. And the reason is they're focused on the wrong things. And on May 24th, I'm hosting a free live SAT challenge where I will show you the one strategy that top scorers use and how to master it, even if you've never taken a test before. Seats are very limited, so hit the link in the description to register. Strategy number 2 that you need to know is looking for transitions. Well, not just in transition questions, but also in SAT reading questions as well. Transition words like however, moreover, or in contrast, they usually indicate shifts in the direction of the argument. So in order to illustrate the strategy, let me show you how to use that exact same strategy in this SAT reading questions. So to solve this question, you first need to analyze the overall structure of the text. So it asks for that. So the passage starts off by stating a very general claim, saying movies from independent studios are often praised for being innovative. And then it is giving a specific example. Take, for instance, Moonlight 2016, which is made by A24 production company. And it's giving a specific example of Moonlight, and it's true that this movie shares themes with other coming-of-age films. But just because a movie explores familiar territory doesn't mean it can also be groundbreaking. So it's introducing a contrast with the transition word of but. And it is saying that it's giving a counterpoint. Despite movies might have familiar themes, it cannot still be groundbreaking. So yeah, critics generally agree that Moonlight isn't the most conventional independent film, but independent films are rarely as formulaic as some people suggest. Then it's presenting the main argument, and the main argument here is independent films are not as formulaic as some people claim. And some independent productions, like the Florida Project, are remarkably distinctive. And finally, it's giving us another example of the Florida Project so that they can to support this argument. Now let's look at the answer choices.
Choice A. The text summarizes the plot of an independent film, then explains how the themes are developed in a later film by the same director. Well, A is wrong because the text doesn't even summarize any plot or discuss later films by the same director, so that's why A is wrong. Choice B. The text explains why some viewers appreciated a particular independent film, then considers why other viewers criticized it. Well, choice B is wrong because the text doesn't focus on explaining different viewers' perspectives, whether one sort of a viewer enjoyed it or the other type of a viewer didn't enjoy it. So it doesn't focus on explaining perspectives of different viewers. So that's why B is wrong. Choice C. The text describes audience's reaction to a movie from an independent studio, then presents some critics' reactions to that movie. Well, choice C is wrong because the text doesn't even describe audience reactions specifically. There's nothing about the reaction, so that's why C is wrong. Choice D. The text discusses a common praise of independent films, then argues that the praise is mostly warranted. Well, choice D is the correct answer because the reading passage discusses a very common phrase of independent films being innovative, and then it talks about that this phrase is generally deserved. Although some films might share familiar elements, so that's why D is right. So now let's move on to the next SAT question. So here we've got the equations and you need to find the value of A minus B. So let's solve it. So the first thing is we need to find the common denominator. So common denominator here is 4. So what we can do is we can multiply this one by 2. So let's solve that. A minus 12 over 4 plus 2B plus 30 divided by 4 is going to equal to minus 3. So we can add these things together. So that would be A plus 2B plus 18 divided by 4. And that's going to equal to negative 3. And we can multiply both sides by 4. And we get A plus 2B plus 18 equals negative 12. And from here we got A plus 2B equals negative 30. So here we've got this simplified version of the first equation, equation 1. And now let's simplify the second equation. So if you've got the second equation, and we can multiply this part by 2. So that would be 2A minus 24 divided by 4 minus B plus 15 divided by 4 equals 4. So from here, we can get 2A minus B minus 39 divided by 4, and that's going to equal to 4. And now we can multiply both sides by 4. So we get, so let me erase this, and we get 16. So yep, so that's going to equal to 16. And you can add 39 to both sides. So after that, we got 2A minus B equals 55. And now we have the second equation as well, the simplified version of it, equation number 2. And we also have the simplified version of equation 1 as well. Now we can use elimination by adding both of these equations, and yeah, that's in realization. So plus, let me get it from here. Yep, here discounted. So, yep, we can add both of these here. I guess the best thing that we can do is that we can divide this part by 2, so that's going to be a lot easier here. So if you multiply it by 2, we will have 4 here, and here we will have negative 60, and it's better to subtract it. So let's do that. So that the 5b equals negative 105. So b equals, so that would be 21, negative 21. And we found b. Now we should find a. Let's put it in this equation. So that would be 2a plus 40 plus 21 equals 55. So we can subtract 21 from both sides. So we get 2a equals 34 and a equals 17. So the question asks it for the value of a minus b. So that would be like this. So 17 minus 21. Double negatives equal to positive. So we have 38, and our answer is 38. And that's a free response question, so we can write 38 here. The SAT, the test that can make or break your college dreams. But have you ever noticed that everyone approached it completely differently? Some people treat it like a battle, others like a puzzle, and some, well, they barely care. And in the next 10 minutes, we're gonna break down every type of SAT test taker. Number 1, the strategist, the one who is playing for the chess. This person isn't just studying. They've got spreadsheets, score trackers, and probably a custom-made study plan that breaks down exactly how many points they need to gain per section on the SAT. They don't just take practice tests. What they do is that they analyze them. Every wrong answer is a lesson for them. Every mistake is a step closer to perfection. Their biggest flex? They can predict the SAT's tricks before the SAT even tries them. But their downfall? If something unexpected happens on test day, like a weirdly worded question or a last-minute rule, then it might throw them off their entire game plan. Number 2, the memorizer, the human flash drive. This person believes in one thing: brute force learning. 1,000 vocab words memorized. Every math formula ever burnt into their brain. But here's the problem. The SAT isn't a memory test, it's a thinking test. And the second a question doesn't look exactly like the ones they've drilled, panic. Pure, unfiltered panic. If the SAT plays nice and sticks to those familiar patterns, they're golden. If not, RIP. Number 3, the last-minute crammer. Oh, you know this guy, probably because you are this guy. Month of SAT prep? Nah, they will start studying a week before the test. Actually, scratch that. 2 days before, the night before, they are on their 3rd cup of coffee, watching so many SAT strategy videos, trying to absorb every single page of a 200-page book. Will it work? Sometimes. Will it always work? Absolutely not. But if they somehow pull a decent score out of this chaos, legendary. Number 4, the overthinker. The one who fights their own brain. They know the material and they know the answer, But do they trust themselves? Nope. They will pick an answer, stare at it, change it again, then they go back to the first one, only to realize later they had it right in the first time. And the biggest challenge? Beating their own self-doubt. Because let's be real, the SAT isn't just testing knowledge, it's testing how well you can handle pressure. And number 5, the I don't care test taker, the ultimate wild card. This person is here against their will. No studying, no prep. They might not have even brought a calculator. The entire SAT strategy, well, guess C when in doubt. Bubble in random answers to finish really early. Take a nap. But here's the crazy part. Sometimes they do better than they expect. The SAT is weird like that. Luck is a real thing, but relying on luck, not the best strategy. Number 6, the natural genius. The one everyone secretly hates. You ever meet someone who just gets it? No stress, no prep, they skim a couple of practice questions the night before, show up and walk out with a 1550 plus like it was nothing. Do they deserve it? Maybe. Do we envy them? Absolutely. The thing is, even these people could get a perfect score if they studied, but why bother when they're already winning the game without trying? And number 7, the ancient test taker, the one who hears pencils down and panics. For them, the SAT isn't just a test, it's a horror movie. Their hands shake. Questions they knew perfectly yesterday suddenly look like they're written in another language. It's not about what they know. It's about how they feel in the moment. And if they let stress to get to them, it's game over. But the ones who learn to control their nerves, they turn anxiety into fuel. And that's when things get dangerous. Number 8, the trial and error test taker. The one who is in it for the long game. Some people take the SAT once and call it a day. Not this person though. They treat it like a science experiment. Test number 1, baseline score. Test number 2, slightly better. Test number 3, making progress. Test number 4, finally cracks the system. They don't give up, they adjust. And with every retake, they're getting closer to mastering the SAT once and for all. So which one are you? If you want to get a 1500 plus on the May SAT, then this video is all you need. And in order to get that score, you need to understand how to break down SAT questions step by step. And that's exactly what we will be doing in this video. So now let's start off with the math section. So here's the first question that we've got. Question number 1. The ratio P to Q is equivalent to the ratio 5 to 8. If E equals 12S, what's the value of Q in terms of S? So the first thing that we will write here is P over Q equals 5 over 8. In this case, let's write 12S instead of P. So let's rewrite that in here. 12S divided by Q equals 5 over 8. And now you need to find the value of Q in terms of S. So we can cross multiply right now. So that would be 5Q equals 96S. And now we can multiply both sides by 1 over 5. So we get rid of 5. So Q equals 96 divided by 5S. So that's our answer. Q equals 96S divided by 5. And choice D is the exact same thing. So now let's move on to question number 2. So here we've got an equation and P and Q are positive constants. The sum of the solutions in this case is n multiplied by 3p plus q. So if you need to find the value of n, So the first thing that you need to understand here is that the sum of solutions will be negative b over a. So in this case, a equals to 18, b equals negative 9p plus 3q. So let's solve that. So double negatives equal to positives. That's why we can write 9p plus 3q divided by a in this case is 18. So you can write 18 here. And the sum of solutions here, it says m multiplied by 3p plus q. And that's going to equal to 9p plus 3q divided by 18. And now we can cross multiply them. So you can cross multiply them. And that would be 9p plus 3q equals 18m 3p plus q. And in this case, we can rewrite it as 3 multiplied by 3p plus q. And that's going to equal to 18m multiplied by 3p plus q. And now what we can do is that we can divide 3p plus q from both sides. So let's divide 3p plus q from the first side and then on the other side 3p plus q. And now we can get rid of 3p plus q in both of the sides. And we get 3 equals 18m. And now we can divide 18, both sides divide 18, so we get 8 equals 3 over 18, which that's all equal to 1 over 6. So the right answer is 1 over 6. So now let's move on to the next question, and it's a reading question. So the question asks, what's the main purpose of the text? So now let's read the passage step by step. So the following text is adapted from that person's nonfiction book. So we already know this is nonfiction, and it might sound a little formal or philosophical, but you're not scared of those things. So let's move on to the Atlantic Monthly, an American magazine responding to critiques about the increasing mechanization of modern life. So the very important thing is that there were critiques about modern life becoming too mechanized, a little bit robotic. So suggests that the American dream is that every individual should be free to pursue efficiency and productivity as they see fit. So the Atlantic Monthly is saying that the American dream, it's all about freedom, and especially the freedom to be efficient and productive however you want. So let's move on. But philosophy persistently attends. So here we've got a contrast word, but, and that means a huge shift. And whenever you see buts, you know that something really important is gonna come. So the author is about to shift perspectives, not to enable what each practical person may desire. So she's saying philosophy isn't about helping people chase what they want day to day. It's not about helping them with their to-do list or productivity apps, but actually to draw attention to a sense of what truly matters. Yep. Basically, the philosophy's job is to make not make you more productive. It's actually make you ask what's actually meaningful, what actually matters. So now let's predict our answer before looking at the answer choices. So some people think that life is about being productive and efficient, but philosophy says, hold on, maybe life is all about doing things that matter. So here we've got two views, and there's a conflict or a contrast between those views. So the first view here is about freedom to pursue productivity, and the second view is all about questioning what is actually meaningful. Now let's move on to the answer choices. Choice A, it makes a claim about one of the fundamental tensions in modern society. We're literally talking about this tension. So freedom to chase efficiency versus think about what actually matters. So this one feels spot on, and let's keep going just to be sure. Choice B, it argues meaningful activity is a matter of philosophical reflection rather than practical utility. Well, this sounds tempting, but wait. Yes, the author does talk about philosophy focusing on meaningful activity, but what's the main purpose of the text? The text is not arguing in favor of just one side. It's actually showing both sides and contrasting both. So yeah, this is too narrow and kind of misses the bigger picture. So that's why B is wrong. Choice C, it implies that opinions regarding efficiency have shifted throughout history. Well, there's nothing about changing opinions over time. So this choice is irrelevant. Choice D, it describes differences in approaches to productivity between Americans and others. Well, who is others? There is no mention of any other country or group. This is a trap answer choice, so don't fall for it. So our correct answer is choice A. I found a way to explode your SAT score faster than 99% of students. In fact, while the average student takes around 9 months to score 1500 plus, you could achieve it in a fraction of that time. Here's how. I want you to imagine this. You've been studying for the SAT for months. Hours in the library, practice tests, endless SAT prep, and yet when you get your scores back, you see the crashing number, 1310. That's the SAT score that feels like it's mocking you. Then you kind of ask yourself, what went wrong? So the first strategy I'm about to reveal is the exact same one of my students used to go from 560 to 760 on the SAT math. And I'm not making this up. This is real, and this actually happened. And it's called the error lock. Here's how it works. After each practice test, write down every mistake you made. What was the mistake? Why did you make it? Was it a calculation error, or was it a careless mistake, or was it a concept that you didn't understand? And then write down the solution, how you can avoid the same mistake next time. But here's the thing. This only works if you review your mistakes regularly, and if you don't go back and review them every single week. I'm sorry to tell you this, but it's pointless. All that time spent on those practice tests feels wasted, because without correction and reflection, you're just memorizing more mistakes. But here's the thing, you could write down every mistake, review it regularly, and still get stuck if you don't understand the real enemy. And that enemy, it's hiding in plain sight in the form of incorrect answer choices. Let me paint a picture for you. You're sitting and you're staring at two answer choices, and they both got really good. And you start second guessing yourself. You pick one and you realize later that it was the incorrect one. Here's why if this keeps happening, the SAT isn't just testing your knowledge, it's testing your ability to resist falling for those traps. And these traps are the incorrect answer choices, and they're designed to mess with your head. And until you learn how to spot them, you will keep falling for them over and over again, no matter how much you study. And that's why the next strategy is so critical. And this is where the error lock connects to something even more powerful. And once you start analyzing your mistakes, you will notice a pattern. You're not just picking the wrong answers because you're just unsure. You are falling for specific types of traps. And today, I'm gonna reveal the 3 most common types of incorrect answer choices on the SAT. And I'm gonna be really honest with you, these traps are so sneaky. They trick even the smartest students. But once you understand them, you will never fall for them again. Think about it. What would it feel like to confidently eliminate every answer choice in seconds? And that is exactly what this strategy will do for you. But let me warn you, if you skip this, no amount of studying will help you. Those traps are that powerful. Now let's break them down one by one and pay close attention, because spotting these could be the difference between a 1300 and a 1500. So the first trap is what I call too extreme. These answer choices include words like always, never, or every. And they sound bold and they're almost always wrong. Why? Because the SAT loves nuance if an answer choice is absolute. So the second trap is off-topic answer choices. And finally, the contradiction trap. And these answer choices directly go against what is in the passage. Now, there is one more strategy that ties all of this together, and it is something that most SAT prep books never talk about. But it's the secret weapon that top scorers use to dominate the test. Every student dreams of that perfect SAT score, 1500, 1550, or 1600. But here's the hard truth. Most of you are stuck using the same strategies everyone else uses. You study the same materials, take the same practice tests, and expect different results. And guess what? The SAT knows this. That's why 99% of students never break past their limits. But the top 1%, they know something that the rest of you don't. They've mastered a strategy that is so powerful that it allows them to solve vocabulary-based questions faster than anyone else. And the craziest part is that you can copy the strategy right now and change the way you approach the test forever. Imagine this. You're sitting there staring at a vocabulary question. The sentence is confusing and the answer choices are all long, complicated words that you've barely heard of. And you kind of panic, you take a wild guess, and just like that, you've lost points that could have taken you over 1500 plus. And that is exactly what the SAT is designed to do. It throws in fancy sounding words to make you doubt yourself, to make you feel like you're not smart enough, like you've never studied enough. But what if I told you you don't need to know every word to crush these questions? And there is a shortcut, a way to decode these questions without wasting time or second guessing yourself. And that's where the next strategy comes in. Mastering the art of prefixes. SAT vocabulary questions aren't about knowing every single word, they are rather about understanding parts of some words. Prefixes like re, anti, and sub give you the meaning behind a lot of the words, even if you've never seen them. For example, if you see a word subordinate and it's used in the answer choices, and you ask yourself, what does it actually mean? And most students guess at this stage, but you know that sub means below or under. So subordinate means someone below in rank. Boom, you just unlocked the question in seconds. But here's the catch, most students don't even know where to start. They waste hours googling lists of prefixes that aren't even related to the SAT. And they try to memorize everything and they end up more confused than when they started. And that's why I've made it so simple for you. I've created a cheat sheet of the 32 most common SAT prefixes that you need to know. And these prefixes show up in nearly every SAT exam. And if you can master these, you will spot the meaning of words faster than 99% of students. And the best part is, it's completely free. Just click the first link in the description, download it, and start using it today. But that's just the first step, because knowing prefixes is powerful. But I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, it's not enough. The SAT has another trap that even the smartest students fall for. And if you don't know how to handle it, you will lose precious points no matter how much you've studied. Now I'm gonna reveal the SAT's sneakiest strategy to make you pick the wrong answers. And it's something that not even so many tutors talk about. And once you understand it, you will never look at SAT questions the same way again. Let's face it, most SAT prep feels like throwing spaghetti at the wall, hoping that something sticks. You do endless SAT prep, you take endless practice tests, you memorize endless vocabulary lists, and maybe even pay for expensive tutors, yet somehow your score just refuses to increase. And I know how you're feeling. It's frustrating. And it's so demoralizing. And worst of all, it makes you doubt whether you're even capable of hitting that 1500 plus. And here's the kicker. Most SAT tutors won't help you fix this. They will tell you vague things like manage your time better. Just keep practicing. But let's be real. What does that even mean? How exactly are you supposed to manage your time better? How do you practice smarter, not harder? Fortunately, there is an easy fix to this. And if you're watching this, you're about to learn something that very few students even know about. In fact, I've never heard a single SAT tutor talk about this strategy before. But here is the best part. Once you start using it, you will be able to prepare for the SAT faster and more efficient than 99% of other students. Using Reddit. Now, you might be thinking, Reddit, isn't that just a place for memes and random discussions? And that's exactly why most students overlook this goldmine. What they don't really realize is that Reddit has SAT-focused communities where real students just like you share strategies, tips, and even real-time feedback on practice questions. But here's the problem. Most students either don't know these communities exist or they don't know how to use them the right way. They scroll aimlessly, wasting hours without getting any real value. So here's how you do it. The first thing you need to do is to join these 3 subreddits: RSAT, RSAT Prep, and RSAT Test Prep. These are some of the most active SAT communities on the internet, and they are filled with students who've already scored 1500 plus. Start by searching for posts that share details, study plans, or their SAT study materials. And these posts are written by students who've been in your shoes. And they often include resources, tips, and even the mistakes to avoid. Screenshot them, bookmark them, and these are your cheat codes. But don't stop there. The real power of Reddit is in the comments. If you're stuck at a specific question type, just post your question. You will get answers from people who've already mastered it, sometimes within minutes. And it's like having hundreds of free tutors at your own fingerprints. So you've made it to this part of the video. And maybe right now you're feeling one of 2 things. Either you're inspired and ready to tackle the SAT with everything you've learned so far, or you're still overwhelmed, unsure if this is actually enough to get your dream SAT score. A lot of students waste their time when studying for the SAT, and usually they get stuck at the same score range. Fortunately, in just 30 days until the May SAT, you can increase your score by 100 or 150 or maybe even 200 points with the exact plan that I'm about to show you right now. But before we get into it, there's something I need to tell you. If you can't sit through this 15 or 20-minute video, if your attention span is that weak, then just give up. If you can't even focus for the next 15 or 20 minutes, how do you expect to get the SAT score that you want? How do you expect to do anything worthwhile in your life? So make this video full screen, lock in. So you see, right now you are in a constant battle between your body and your mind. Your body, it really wants comfort, it really wants pleasure, and it wants the easy way out. It wants you to scroll TikTok instead of studying, instead of preparing for the SAT. It wants you to say, I will try to prepare for the SAT instead of actually doing it. And your body craves instant gratification, and that's why you keep failing on the SAT again and again. But your mind knows the truth. It really knows that if you just committed to 3 topics on Khan Academy every single day, then if you just shut up and did the work instead of making excuses, you would literally be unstoppable. So now we can move on to the next part of our video, which is more about SAT strategies. And the first most important thing that helps one student to improve their score by 200 points was using the SAT mistakes journal. And here we have an SAT question, and I will show you how you can fill in your SAT mistakes journal if you made this mistake, for example. So here we have a question. One of the 2 equations in a system of linear equations is given. The system has no solution. Which equation could be the second equation in this system? So let's say that you pick choice D, but it was incorrect. And the correct answer is A, for example, x equals 15y. And now you should identify your mistake, and you can write something like, I misunderstood what it means for a system of equations to have no solution. I thought any different equation would work, but I forgot no solution happens when the lines are parallel, same slope, different intercepts. Then you can write the explanation and the correct approach step by step. So the first step here is converting the given equation to slope-intercept form. 4x equals 60y minus 20. Divide that by 4, you get x equals 15, y minus 5. So this equation has the slope of 15 and y-intercept of minus 5. And you ask yourself, when does a system have no solutions? No solution means the 2 lines must be parallel, same slope, but different y-intercepts. Now let's check the answer choices. So in this case, choice A is x equals 15y, and it has a slope of 15, which is correct, and it has a slope of 0, and that means they are parallel because they have the same slope and different y-intercepts. Choice B, it has a slope of 60 and it has a y-intercept of 0. In order to B to be correct, it should have had the slope of 15. So B is wrong. Choice C, it has a slope of 20, which is not what we want. Choice D has a slope of 80, which is also not what we want. And then after that, you will write how you can avoid this mistake in the future. So in this case, it would be no solution equals parallel lines, same slope, different y-intercepts. And you could write one solution equals different slopes, infinite solutions equal exactly the same equation. So this passage has some great code words that we're gonna use to come up with our summary or guess for what the answer should be. So we have this passage about scientists developing a synthetic soil that can grow crops without traditional irrigation. The soil is mainly made of coconut coir and volcanic ash, and it retains moisture for extended periods. So that's cool, right? Then there is this contrast set up. We have Professor Chen, who is positive about it, saying the formula can be adjusted for different climates, making it versatile. But then this is the key part. You have Dr. Bennett who claims the soil would be difficult to mass produce. That's our claim that we need to support. So when we're looking at the answer choices, we need something that specifically explains why mass production would be difficult. So let's go through each option and see what we've got. So choice A, urban farming initiatives are one of the largest potential markets for alternative grown mediums. So this is talking about who would buy the soil. It's not about making it. So this is classic SAT misdirection. They're talking about demand, but the claim is about production difficulties. So it's like if I said this car is hard to build and someone responded, lots of people wanna buy cars, that doesn't support my claim at all. So A is out. Choice B, the soil created by Chen and her team has a relatively light weight for its volume, making it potentially easy to ship to different locations. Well, wait a minute. This is actually saying something positive about the soil, that it's easy to ship. But Bennett's claim is negative, that it's difficult to mass produce. So this contradicts what we are looking for. It's like if I said this cake is hard to bake and someone said, but it's easy to carry around. That doesn't support my claim about baking difficulties. So B is definitely out. C, the gross supporting capabilities of the soil created by Chen and her team varied depending on the plant species used in the team's experiments. So this is talking about how well the soil performs with different plants. It's about the effectiveness of the soil after it's already being made, but it doesn't tell us anything about whether it's hard to produce in large quantities. It's like if I said this phone is hard to manufacture and someone said it works better for games than for calls. That's not relevant to my claim about manufacturing difficulties. So C is out too. Choice Z, the worldwide supply of coconut coir and volcanic ash is in high demand from the landscaping industries. So those substances would be difficult to source in significant quantities. Now we're getting somewhere. Looking at the key ingredients mentioned in the passage, composed mainly of coconut coir and volcanic ash. D is directly addressing these specific ingredients. And what does it say about them? They're in high demand from another industry, making them difficult to source in significant quantities. And this is exactly what we need, a concrete reason why mass production would be challenging. And if you can't get enough raw materials because they're already being used by someone else, that directly supports the claim that mass production would be difficult. So think about it like this. If I said this birthday cake would be hard to mass produce and someone said the special French butter it requires is already being bought up by restaurants, so it's very hard to get in large quantities. That directly supports my claim. So what makes this so perfect is that it focuses on the specific materials mentioned in the passage and provides a direct obstacle to mass production, and the others are either about different aspects like marketing, performance, or actually contradict what we're looking for. So choice D basically says that what I expected it to say, and that is why it's correct. And always look for an option that directly addresses that specific claim that you're trying to support. These strategies and tips are not really useful if you keep making the same mistakes over and over again. So make sure to watch this video right here where I explain the 5 mistakes that a lot of students make. So make sure to watch that. You see the students who dominate the SAT, those who score in the top 1%, get into the best universities and seem to breeze through the test like it's nothing. And you think they must be geniuses, right? The truth is, the SAT is a game, and right now, you're losing. But that's only because nobody has shown you the cheat codes. The secrets the highest scoring students know, but you don't. You see, the SAT, the ultimate standardized test game. Millions of students take it every year, each one trying to level up their score and unlock better opportunities. But unlike other games, mastering the SAT can give you real rewards, scholarships, Ivy League admissions, and a future with unlimited possibilities. And here's the thing, anyone can learn to win this game. Everyone starts at the same place, a score that needs improving. But the SAT isn't just about knowing math and English. It's about mastering a specific set of strategies, pacing, elimination, recognizing traps. It's no use being a 10 at algebra if your time management is a 2. So as I said before, there are a set of skills that are tested on the SAT, and in this video, I'm going to show you how you can master one of the 25 skills that are tested on the SAT math section. And in this video, as you can see, there are 6 things that we are going to be covering. The first one being percent increase and decrease. Next up, we will cover simple and compound interest, and then we are going to cover percent of a number, percent change formula, word problems involving percentages, successive percentage changes. You might think that you know all of these, but in reality, in some of these, you might be actually at a 3 or 6 out of 10. So let's get started with percent increase and decrease. Firstly, you need to know the formula of percent increase, and that is new value minus old value divided by old value multiplied by 100%. Next up, you need to know percent decrease, and it is found by this formula, old value minus new value divided by old value multiplied by 100%. Here I've got an example question so that you can understand how to solve it in real life SAT questions. So it says the price of a laptop was originally $1,200. It increased to $1,500. What is the percent increase? So now let's try to solve it. So the new value here is $1,500, and that is the new price of this laptop, and old value here is $1,200. So now let's try to solve it. 1,500 minus 1,200 divided by 1,200 multiplied by 100 would be 300 divided by 1,200 multiplied by 100, and that would be 25%. And here are 4 more practice problems that you can solve so that you can master finding percent increase and decrease. So let me show you how to solve the first one. A shirt was $40 but is now $50. Find the percent increase. So in this case, the new value is $50 and the old value is $40. So 50 minus 40 would be 10. 10 divided by 40 multiplied by 100. And you can solve the other 3 as well if you want to. So the next up, you're going to cover simple and compound interest. Usually in SAT questions, they explicitly tell you whether the interest is simple or compound. And I will also explain everything about this one as well. So firstly, we need to understand the formula. So the formula of a simple interest is I equals P multiplied by R multiplied by T. And in a minute, I will show you what's P, what R means, and what T means here. In a compound interest, A equals P multiplied by 1 plus R over N in the power of NT. And in this case, P is the principal and R is the annual interest rate, and it's usually going to be in the decimal. And in this case, T is time in years, and is the number of times compounded per year. So here's the question. You invest $1,000 in a savings account with an annual interest rate of $5 compounded annually. How much will you have after 3 years? So here's the solution. A equals 1,000 because the principal is $1,000 multiplied by 1 plus. So in this case, because it is at an annual interest rate of 5% and it's in compound interest, you're gonna 5% equals 0.05 in decimals, and in this case, n is just 1. So it's gonna be in the power of 3. So that would equal to 1,000 multiplied by 1.15 So that is going to equal to 1,157.63. And that means that you will have that much money after 3 years. And here are 4 SAT problems regarding this topic. And if you want the PDF version of this, the link in the description, and it's completely free. Next up, you've got percent of a number. So firstly, the formula of it is this: parts equals percent multiplied by whole. So here we have an example question so that you can understand this formula. What is 30% of 200? And in this case, what we're going to do is that in this case, the whole number is 200 and percent here is 0.3, and that is going to equal to 60. So part here is equals 60. And here are 4 more problems so that you can understand it better. Next up, we've got word problems that involve percentages. So in this case, here's an example question that you can see. A store is offering a 25% discount on a $60 jacket. What is the sale price? So in this case, $60 is the original price of the jacket. So if you're going to multiply that by 0.25, and that is going to equal to 15. So $15 is the discount amount. And in this case, to find the sale price, what you need to do is to subtract 15 from 60. So 60 minus 15, and that is going to equal to the sales price, and which is 45 in this case. And here are 4 more problems if you want to solve it. So here we've got the next one, successive percentage changes. In order to understand the concept, here is the quick explanation. When a quantity changes by percentage more than once, the changes are compounded. So here's an example question. A jacket price increased by 10%, then decreased by 20%. What is the final price if the original was $100? So first increase is increase by 10%. So what we're going to do is like 100 multiplied by 1 plus 10 over 100, which is 1.1. So 100 multiplied by 1.1 equals 110. Next up, you've got the second decrease, and that is by 20%. So what we're going to do is 110 multiplied by 0.8, and that is going to equal to 88. So 88 is the final price if the original price was $100. And here are 2 more problems that you can see here, and this is something that is coming up a lot on the SAT.
Do you want to crush the SAT and score 1500 plus in just 30 days? Yes, it's possible. I designed a very specific blueprint that only 1% of students use. And today I'm going to reveal 4 powerful strategies that have helped hundreds of students just like you reach their SAT goals. Stick with me because these strategies could change your entire approach to the test. Let's get started with the first one. Here's the dark secret that no one talks about. Inference questions are not about finding facts in the passage, and you've probably been doing it wrong the entire time. You may think the answer will be explicitly stated, but let me tell you, it won't be. But if you're still looking for facts in black and white, you're missing the entire point. Inference questions aren't about memorizing details. They are about understanding the deeper meaning behind the passage. So the answer will never be right there in front of you. Instead, you need to read between the lines. Now here's the secret sauce: context and tone. Inference questions are all about reading between the lines. What's the other implying without saying it outright? What's the tone? What's the bigger picture? To show you how to apply this in real time, let's look at an actual question. So here we have a socioeconomic panel, which is SOEP, and it's a study in Germany that surveys 12,000 individuals over a long period of time. So the purpose of it is to observe long-term trends in childhood development. So this requires longitudinal methods, which means tracking the same group of people over a long time. And this study needs extensive financial support due to its long-term nature. And the key point is that longitudinal methods provide valuable insights into causal relationships, cause and effects. The passage then contrasts this SOEP's method with a transportation study, a study that looks at how many people use a city's public transportation system per day. This study is not about causation, just counting people. So the passage implies that those longitudinal methods are not needed for studies like the transportation one, because it doesn't deal with causal relationships. So now let's talk about what the passage is kind of implying. So longitudinal methods are important when you're studying causal relationships, for example, how childhood development trends change over time. However, when you're counting or tracking numbers, like in a transportation study, longitudinal methods aren't really necessary. So you don't need to track the same people over time. And kind of an inference that I predicted is that the transportation study will be kind of less expensive because it doesn't really require the same long-term tracking and complex methodology as SOEP. So here's kind of a simple equation-style breakdown that illustrates the relationship between the methods and costs described in the passage. So here's the equation. Cost of study equals method complexity multiplied by time frame multiplied by resource needed. Now let's apply this to the two studies mentioned. For SOEP, which is childhood development study, method complexity is kind of high because it's longitudinal and it tracks individuals over time. So the time frame is long because it requires years of data collection from the same individuals. And the resources needed are extensive because we need extensive financial support, resource staff, and etc. So the cost of SOEP is high because all these factors are at a higher level. For the transportation study, method complexity is low because simply counting the number of people using transportation is not a long-term tracking. So a time frame is also short because it doesn't need years of data. Just a snapshot over a short period is enough. Resource needed is minimal because it only requires basic counting, less research, and data management. So the cost of transportational study is low because the methodology and resource needed are much simpler. So the sentence in the passage ends with "and so blank." Now we need to choose the best inference, the answer that kind of best follows from the information in the passage. Let's look at answer choices. Choice A. The expense of SOEP is likely greater than the cost of longitudinal studies of transportation. So let's analyze this one. So this answer talks about comparing the expense of SOEP and transportation studies. So this passage does mention SOP needs extensive financial support, but it also contrasts with that simpler method needed for a transportation study. However, this answer is slightly off because it talks about longitudinal studies of transportation, which doesn't quite fit the passage comparison, since transportational studies don't require longitudinal studies. So our conclusion is that this answer is not the best fit because it's too focused on comparing types of studies, which isn't the main idea. Choice B. Conclusions drawn from SOEP are likely to be more authoritative than those from the transportation study. So this answer kind of implying that conclusions from SOEP will be stronger or more reliable because of its longitudinal nature. However, the passage doesn't directly discuss the quality of conclusions from the studies. It focuses more on the methodology and the cost involved, while longitudinal studies kind of provide causal insights. The passage doesn't specifically say that SOEP will give better conclusions than a transportation study. So this answer doesn't align with the main focus of the passage. Choice C. The passage emphasizes the appropriateness of different methods for different types of studies. Longitudinal methods for SOP study of childhood development, which kind of requires causal insights, and a simpler methods for the transportation study, which kind of needs just the counts. So answer C correctly captures the difference in suitability, noting that longitudinal methods are suitable for some studies like childhood development, but unnecessary for others like transportation. So you might be thinking the passage isn't actually using the word suitability. But although the passage doesn't directly use the word suitability, but it does imply that by contrasting when longitudinal methods are needed versus when they're unnecessary. So let's break down the relevant parts. Purpose of SOEP in longitudinal methods. So SOEP needs extensive financial support, but this method provides valuable insights into causal relationships. So this implies that longitudinal methods are specifically chosen for causal studies like SOEP, which deals with childhood development. And if we contrast this to a transportation study, the passage then says when questions of causation are irrelevant, as in a transportation study, longitudinal methods are unnecessary. So this line hints at suitability by indicating that longitudinal methods aren't needed for studies like transportation, which don't require long-term data or causal insights. So since longitudinal methods are described as necessary for causal insights and unnecessary for simpler studies like transportation, we can infer that longitudinal methods are more suited to studies needing causal analysis like childhood development and less suited to studies that don't require it, like transportation. Choice D. The success of the transportation study likely requires significantly less financial outlay than that needed for SOEP. While D is kind of logical based on the cost details provided, it shifts focus on the expense comparison. So the passage's main focus is on the appropriateness of those methods, not solely on the costs. If you want, you can also join a free SAT community where you can access to my free course and free webinars that I host. Let me guess, you've been frustrated with main idea questions. They kind of seem impossible, right? Well, what if I told you that by recognizing a single pattern in the structure of a passage, you can actually nail those main idea questions every single time? And no, it's not about memorizing every detail. It's more about understanding how authors structure their content or passage. If you can spot this one key element, main idea questions will be like a walk in the park. So you might be thinking, why structure matters? SAT reading isn't random. It's designed to follow a pattern. Once you recognize that pattern, you will save time and improve accuracy on every single question. Let's talk about the three main structures you will encounter and how you can use them to crush those questions. The most common structure, introduction, and then the key takeaway. The author introduces the topic or problem in the beginning, but the main idea comes at the end, and you will find this especially in passages on more scientific topics like climate change or etc. The last sentences usually hold the new, groundbreaking information. That's your main idea. Structure number 2. Next, we have a continuous narrative. The author takes you on a journey, developing one idea through the passage. The main idea here is about understanding the overall points the author is building throughout. This is a classic structure for history and science passages. You will see the old understanding replaced by a new one. A passage might start by saying, scientists use it to think X, but now we know why. The key to unlocking the main idea. What changed? What's the new information that replaces the old understanding? But I've seen so many students who just struggle to spot them. So that's why I created 3 ways to spot them. So the first way is look at the first few sentences. Is it a problem being introduced or a new discovery? Second, pay attention to the end of the passage. That's where the takeaway often lives, but not all the time. Third way, follow the rhythm. Does the passage follow a journey or build on one idea? And this is how you go from confused to confident in your SAT reading section, by knowing exactly what you're looking for. And you have to start using these techniques and watch how much more manageable SAT reading becomes. And if you found this strategy helpful, make sure you subscribe for more SAT tips. Strategy number 3. So first, before telling what the strategy is, I want to show you how to use it in this particular question. So here we have a quadratic equation and it only has one solution. So we need to find the value of r. First off, let's rewrite the equation in standard quadratic form. 4x squared minus 32x plus 19 minus r equals 0. So now we've got our quadratic equation in the form ax squared plus bx plus c equals 0, where a is 4, b is minus 32, and c is 19 minus r. So far so good, right? But here's where the magic happens. Step number 2, the discriminant method. To know when there is exactly one real solution, we use the discriminant from the quadratic formula. The quadratic formula is this, so the discriminant is the part under the square root. B squared minus 4ac equals 0. Now let's apply this, and here we get minus 32 squared minus 4 multiplied by 4 multiplied by 19 minus r equals 0. And if we simplify that, we get 1024 minus 16 multiplied by 19 minus r equals 0. So let's distribute the minus 16. So here we get 720 plus 16r equals 0. So now let's isolate r. And we get r minus 45. So there you have it. R equals minus 45. Now we know that when r equals minus 45, the quadratic equation will have exactly one real solution. Pretty fast and straightforward, right? Let's move on to the fourth strategy. You're about to master digital SAT vocab questions with a strategy so simple, it will leave you wondering why you didn't think of it first. But trust me, this approach works, and it's exactly how you can start seeing massive improvements on your SAT vocab scores in no time. So the first thing that you need to do is to stop overcomplicating it. Instead of cramming 100 plus new words every single day, focus on mastering how 10 of these words work within sentences. This way, when you're faced with tricky vocab questions, you won't need to guess the definition. You will already know what the word means based on its context. Here's the trick that really works: prefixes. These little parts of words can unlock a ton of meaning. And when you learn 32 prefixes needed for the SAT, you will start recognizing them in almost every single passage. This is a game changer, trust me. To make it even easier for you, I've put together a PDF of the 32 prefixes you need to know for the SAT. The link is in the description and it's completely free. And you can start using these prefixes right away to help break down words you will see on test day. But hey, if you think the strategy alone will solve all your vocab problems, you're completely wrong. And in the next video, I broke down 3 more strategies that will give you even more tools to master SAT vocab questions. So make sure to check it right after this one.
If you're taking the March SAT, listen up, because this video is your golden ticket. The 10 hardest SAT prediction questions, the ones that rack so many students every single year. And I spent the last 3 months analyzing the last 3 years SAT data, tracking every single SAT trend, decoding College Board updates. And the best part is that I've put together a free worksheet with every single strategy that you need. In 1954, something happens that changed the world forever. A man named Dr. Jonas Salk develops the first polio vaccine, a single discovery, a single breakthrough. Millions of lives were saved. But here's the real question: How do we measure the impact of this man's work? Medical researchers argue that Salk's contribution to eradicating polio is the vaccine's mass immunization campaigns and the dramatic collapse of polio cases worldwide. So let's break this down step by step. So the answer is right in front of you. So step number 1 is thinking before you look. So first, pause, take a deep breath. What's the passage really saying? So Jones Salk made a vaccine. That vaccine didn't just help. It wiped polio off the map in most of the world. And his contribution is obviously connected to this massive success. Now, before even looking at the answer choices, now I want you to ask yourself, well, is Salk's contribution irrelevant, criticized, or hidden? Think about this. No, it's not clear as day. So step number 2 is eliminating the nonsense answer choices. Look at the options. Some of them are ridiculous. And let's have a look at choice A, irrelevant to. Are you joking? The vaccine saved millions of lives. Of course, his contribution is relevant. So let's eliminate choice A. Choice B, criticized by. Criticized? Who's even criticizing a man who literally helped eradicate a disease? So this choice is wrong. Choice D, obscured by. Obscured? No, his work isn't hidden. It's in the history books, right? So we can eliminate choice D as well. Now, if you have a look at choice B, evident in, bingo. Salk's contribution is clearly seen in the success of the vaccine. The streets of Manhattan are a war zone. Not for humans, and no. For pigeons, for rats, for every creature that is desperately fighting for the survival in a city that never sleeps. You think New York is just buildings and people? That's completely wrong. It's an ecosystem, a battlefield. Every single square inch of the space is contested. The competition is so brutal. And in the middle of this chaotic struggle, we have one crucial word, which is claim. What does it even mean? It's not some legal document or it's not some peaceful negotiation. No one is politely stepping aside and saying, oh, excuse me, Mr. Rat, this spot is yours. No. It's the fight. It's survival. It's about who gets to stay and who gets pushed out. So which answer choice captures this sort of ruthless energy? Let's kind of break them down. So starting with choice A, declare. Declare ownership of. It sounds really fancy, right? Like a king sitting on a throne saying, I declare this land mine. But we're not talking about royalty. We're talking about rats and pigeons battling for scraps. So this choice is wrong. Choice B, demands compensation for. What? Who's getting paid? Like, a rat isn't walking into a court saying, I demand financial compensation. No, it's not saying that. So we can literally eliminate this choice as well. Now let's have a look at choice C, reserve exclusively for. This choice looks like they are booking an Airbnb reserved from this ledge from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. No, this is not a reservation system, so this choice is wrong. Now let's have a look at choice D, compete to obtain. Yes. This is the war. This is competition. This is the very essence of what's happening on these streets. Every bird, every rodent is fighting for its place, for its food, for its survival. And this is the correct answer choice. So the final answer is choice D, compete to obtain. If you don't get this prediction question right, you'll stay stuck and you will keep getting the same mediocre scores, the same frustrating results, the same feeling of why am I not improving? So let me show you how to solve this SAT prediction question. So step number 1 is looking at the question again slowly. So we are not just finding an answer. What we are doing is that we are finding the answer. So let's read it again. Feel it. What's this actually asking? So it's not asking for a fact, and it's asking for a function of what the underlined sentence is, and it's asking what the underlined sentence is doing in the passage. So the second step is reading the passage, but this time with awareness. So when studying the behavior of wild wolves in Yellowstone National Park, researchers observed a striking change in pack dynamics after the reintroduction of wolves to the area. Shifting from their solitary hunting practices to highly organized cooperative hunting strategies, the wolves began to take down larger prey with greater efficiency. This behavior, influenced by environmental pressures, allowed the wolves to survive in an ecosystem that previously struggled with a lack of predators. Do you see it? The first sentence sets up the big change. The underlying sentence zooms in on that event. And the last sentence explains why it matters. And that middle sentence is elaborating. It's giving the details that make the change real. So the next step is predicting before looking at the answer choices. And I will tell you this right now. Smart test takers predict first. And if you just jump to the answer choices, you get trapped. So your brain latches onto whatever sounds real good in answer choices. But if you already know what you're looking for, then you can smell the right answer. What is our prediction then? So the underlined sentence is adding detail to the previous one. It's giving a clear picture of the change in hunting strategies. So the next step is destroying the wrong answer choices. So let's go one by one. Choice A, it elaborates on the previous sentence statements about a change in the wolves' hunting strategies. Oh, this matches our prediction exactly. Choice B, it provides information about how the ecosystem evolved in support of a claim about wolf behavior advanced in the following sentence. Nope, this isn't about the ecosystem evolving. That's just background info in the last sentence. Choice C, it recounts a moment in the wolf's adaptation process that ensured the survival of their species, which is summarized in the following sentence. It sounds a little fancy but strong. The sentence isn't about a moment. It's just explaining the behavior. Choice D, it presents evidence that challenges the previous sentence characterization of wolf pack dynamics. What? There is no contradiction. The sentence is supporting the first one, not challenging it. So the final step is locking in the answer. So the final correct answer choice is choice A. That's it. That's how you dominate this type of SAT question. Now, if you're still hesitating, if you're still doubting yourself, ask yourself this. Are you actually applying these steps when you practice? So, or are you just skimming the answer choices and hoping for the best? This is an SAT structure question, and you know what that means. They're not asking for what the passage says, they're asking how is this passage built. Think of it like architecture, like dissecting a blueprint. The first line, a question, and it pulls you in. It makes you wonder, why do sunflowers tilt but oaks don't? Then the passage offers a theory, a possible answer. It introduces oxen, it explains the difference, it tells us why one plant moves and the other stays still. So what's the structure here? It's question, then answer. So that's it. Simple, direct, and clean. Now, let's destroy the wrong answer choices one by one. Choice A, the text compares the growth patterns of two plant species, then explains how those patterns are affected by environmental changes. No. The passage does compare two plants, sure, but where is the part about environmental changes? Nowhere, not a single mention. So choice A is wrong. Choice B, the text presents a theory about two species, then discusses facts that weaken the theory. Weaken the theory? Where? The whole passage supports the theory. It's not questioning it, so we can eliminate choice B as well. Choice C, the text poses a question about two species, then presents a possible answer. Yes. That's exactly what happens. Keep this one. Now choice C. The text describes a behavior shared by two species, then discusses other behaviors shared by them. Shared behaviors? No, these two plants are so different. One moves, one doesn't. So this choice is completely wrong. The correct answer is choice C because it's simple. And that is how you analyze SAT structure questions. You break it down, you look at the blueprint, and you choose the answer that actually fits, not the one that just sounds smart. Now, go apply this method in every SAT structure question that you see, and watch how easy those questions are gonna become. So the first step is reading the question. Here is the question. Which choice best states the main purpose of the text? Pause right here. This is where most people mess up. Main purpose questions are not about random details. They are about one thing. Why did the author write this? Think of it like a text from a friend. What are they really trying to say? What is their main point? That's what we need to figure out. So the next step is reading the text. Popular systems are that solar panels and wind turbines dominate renewable energy discussions because they've changed global markets. Lesser known systems are the ones that says wave energy converters could also be crucial in fighting climate change. And the key point here is that unlike solar and wind, wave energy is still untapped, but it has huge potential for large-scale energy production. So the next step, step number 3, is predicting the answer choice. Alright, so let's break this down. The first part, which is solar and wind energy. They're already famous. They are the celebrities of renewable energy. And the second part talks about wave energy, the underrated underdog. But scientists think it could be huge. The author isn't listing some problems. They're not saying wave energy is better than solar and wind. They're just shining a spotlight on wave energy's potential. So what is our prediction? Our prediction is that the passage is explaining why wave energy is an exciting and promising field in renewable energy research. So the next step number 4, is analyzing the answer choices. Now let's go full on these 4 answer choices. Choice A, to describe the technological challenges faced by wave energy systems during development. Nope, the passage never talks about problems or struggles. If this were a boxing match, this option wouldn't even be in the ring. So we can eliminate this choice. Choice B, to present reasons why renewable energy researchers consider wave energy systems to be promising. Yes, this is exactly what we predicted, and the passage hypes up waves energy's potential and says why scientists are excited about it. So let's keep this choice locked in. So choice C, to compare the efficiency of wave energy systems with that of solar and wind energy. Nah, there is no wave energy is 27% more powerful, like nonsense here. The passage isn't comparing efficiency, it's just explaining waves energy's potential. And we can eliminate this choice. Choice D, to argue that wave energy systems are more effective at reducing emissions than solar or wind energy. Absolutely not. The passage isn't making an argument. No one is saying wave energy is the champion of renewables. So we can eliminate this choice as well. So the next step number 5, is deciding on the final answers. So the best choice here is choice B, to present reasons why renewable energy researchers consider wave energy systems to be promising. Now, I want to give you some tips to approach these types of questions. So the first tip is think big picture. Don't get lost in the small details. Instead, zoom out. Ask, why did the author write this? Step number 1, reading the text carefully. The text is about a study where Dr. Marcus Reyes is looking at how exercise affects the release of endorphins, the feel-good chemicals in your brain. And here's the key part. Low-intensity cycling doesn't really do much for endorphins. High-intensive cycling, boom, endorphins spike. But here's the most important part. Heart rates didn't go past a certain level. So Dr. Reyes didn't think the increase in endorphins came from physical strain. Instead, she thinks it was the intensity of the exercise that caused the endorphins to release more. So the heart rate finding is important because it helps Dr. Reyes figure out why the endorphins were increased. Without it, he might have thought that increased endorphins were just from physical strain. Now, the next step is predicting our answer choice. Alright, so let's predict. Here's what we need to know. The heart rate not going past a certain level is super important because it rules out that the endorphins were released just from physical effort. And this means the heart rate finding is crucial because it shows the increase in endorphins was due to intensity and not the physical effort, which, let's be honest, we all know is sometimes overrated, right? So based on this, I predict the answer is going to have something to do with ruling out an alternative explanation for the endorphin increase. So the next step number 3, is analyzing the answer choices. Now let's go through each answer choice really carefully. And we have to be like kind of you're picking the best ice cream flavor from the freezer. You always choose the right one, right? Right. So choice A, it provided a preliminary evidence that endorphin levels increase during high-intensity cycling. Nope, the passage already told us the endorphins increase during high-intensity cycling. The heart rate finding isn't giving us that information. It's telling us why the increase happened. So we can literally eliminate this choice. Choice B, it suggested that changes in endorphin levels, endorphin release may occur during both high and low intensity exercise. Oh no. This isn't what the passage is saying. It doesn't suggest that low intensity exercise causes endorphin increases. It's focusing on high intensity exercise. So we can delete this one too. So choice C, it ruled out a potential alternative explanation for the increase in endorphin levels during high intensity cycling. Bingo, this is exactly what the passage is saying. The heart rate didn't go past a certain level, so the increase in endorphins couldn't be from physical strain, as Dr. Riens was able to rule that out, and this is the right answer. Choice D. It clarified that endorphin release during exercise depended on participants' individual fitness levels. Nope. We didn't talk about individual fitness levels in the passage. The study didn't focus on that at all. We can toss this one away. So the next step is deciding on the final answer. And the correct answer choice is choice C. It ruled out an alternative explanation for why the endorphins increase during high-intensity cycling. The heart rate finding also helped it explain that it was the intensity, not the strain, that caused that increase. I genuinely need to show you something that could completely change your SAT score. And if you skip this, you're making a huge mistake, and I will show you 4 powerful strategies to ace them. So let's get into it. So as you can see on the screen, there are 4 strategies you need to master in order to get your desired score. And there are also SAT questions that I've created so that you can understand how to apply it in a lot of the SAT questions. So here's the strategy number 1, which is understanding the skeptic's viewpoint. And here we've got a question. You can pause this video now and solve it on your own first. So without further ado, let's begin. Based on the text, the author of text 2 would most likely want to know if Whitman took steps to preclude which potential objection to the finding described in text 1. So firstly, let's read text number 1. So here you have one nation, and it's an indigenous group. It has used storytelling for 2 things: cultural preservation and education. They also launched a program. Then there's a study by some researcher. And they're telling that storytelling was better on comprehension assessment than a standard curriculum. So in short, text 1 claims that storytelling in education leads to better comprehension scores. Like, storytelling equals better comprehension, and that's it. No more confusion. Now let's move on to text number 2. While studies on storytelling while they're really good, it was actually a negative thing, which is that there are flaws in research design. And many of these studies lack diverse samples, so that's another disadvantage. And they also fail to account for pre-existing differences in students' ability, and they do not include proper control groups. And this is the third disadvantage, which is not proper control groups. And that's why it's difficult to determine whether storytelling itself is responsible for improved comprehension scores. So in short, text 2 says, yes, storytelling is good, but there are research flaws. Like it says there are lack of samples, no control groups, and failure to account for pre-existing differences. We can infer that, we can say that text 2 is skeptical about whether storytelling is actually the cause of improved comprehension scores, or maybe some other factors might explain that difference. So now we know it. Let's move on to answer choices. Choice A, the students would have demonstrated even greater improvement if storytelling techniques had been used for a longer period. I mean, this is irrelevant because we don't care about time, whether it's short or long. We don't care about that, so that's why A is wrong. Choice B, the students would have performed worse on comprehension assessments if the study sample size had been smaller. Yeah, sample size matters, but the primary concern is not a sample size. It's more of a causation. That's why it's not a main concern for us. So that's why B is also wrong. Choice C, the students would have shown improved comprehension scores regardless of whether storytelling was used. Well, this is exactly what we thought because there are no control groups and they don't know whether they have knowledge or not. They didn't assess the students' ability initially. That's why this choice is correct. Now let's move on to choice D. The students would have responded to storytelling differently if they had not known they were part of the study. I guess it might be true according to my brain, but in the text there's nothing about it. That's why choice D is wrong. So that's why the final answer is choice C. And the strategy was understanding the skeptic's viewpoint, and you might not have understood it clearly. And I will try my best to understand it. I will try my best to explain it to you. So the second passage here is almost challenging or criticizing the first passage. And your job is to identify the main concern being raised because text 2 is criticizing it. That's what the viewpoint of a skeptic is. Here, skeptic is text number 2. Another thing that a lot of students miss is that they don't really look for causal relationships. For example, X will cause Y. And this is something that can explain the results of a study or something else. Which is also something that you need to understand. Now let's move on to strategy number 2, which is paying attention to shifts in the passage. And I've seen this a ton of time being used on SAT questions. And here's the SAT question. You can pause the video now and you can solve it on your own first. So based on the text, the author would most likely agree with which statement about student engagement? So now let's read the text. In the past decade, online education platforms have expanded rapidly, with many institutions offering video-based courses. A widely accepted model in educational research suggests that student engagement is primarily determined by course format. Interactive courses, discussion-based or problem-solving activities lead to higher engagements than passive lecture-based courses. So they were telling you that interactive courses will lead to higher engagement than passive lecture-based courses. However, here you have a shift in our passage. So that's the thing that I wanted to talk about. However, nevertheless, and sometimes you also have to look for some linking words like therefore, as a result, because they also say something important. A study conducted by researchers at Global Ed found that while interactivity played a role, other factors such as the quality of course materials and students' personal motivation also significantly influenced engagement levels. So it's saying that it was not just because it was an interactive course, it was not just because of those discussion-based and problem-solving activities, but it was because of the quality of course materials like those worksheets and PDFs, and the students' personal motivation also played a crucial role in the engagement level. So now let's look at choices. It can explain some, but not all the differences in engagement levels across students. Well, yes, that's true because course format plays a role. That is true, but there are also some factors that matter, and it's saying the exact same thing. Well, the passage never said course format is irrelevant. It just says it's one of several factors. And this choice is too extreme. That's why we can eliminate choice B. Now let's move on to choice C. It's often affected by course format, but not for the reasons assumed by the widely accepted model. Well, this is tricky because the passage does challenge for the model, but it doesn't say the reasons for engagements are completely different. It just adds more factors, and this answer is especially right, but it's kind of the best because, as I said, it doesn't say the reasons are completely different, but it says there are more factors. That's why C is wrong. Choice D, it constrains how much time students spend on coursework, but not how engaged they are. Well, the passage is about engagement. It's not about time spent. That's why we can eliminate choice D results. So the final answer is choice A. And as I said, the strategy, the tip is paying attention to shift in the passage. For example, when it challenges, like usually in the passage, there will be the last sentences that will challenge a widely accepted idea that was discussed in the first sentence. And you should definitely look at these words like however, but, nevertheless, and etc. Now let's move on to strategy number 3, which is always breaking the passage into different parts. And this is so crucial. And if you do this right, you can ace your exam. So here we have a transition question that I've created. So you can pause the video right now and you can solve it on your own first, and you can play the video and watch my explanation. So this is a transition question, and you need to understand that our job here is to understand the logical flow of the passage here. And we should also identify the relationship between the ideas in this passage. So let's read it. In 1961, NASA launched its first program. As part of the program, the spacecraft was first positioned onto a launch pad. The engines were ignited, generating massive thrust. Finally, the rocket ascended into the sky, leaving Earth's atmosphere. So, firstly, it was positioned on the launch pad. Then, engines were ignited, and then the rocket launched into the sky. So, in this case, there is a sequence of events. First this, then this, and then finally, that's something else happened. So that means you're looking for a transition word that shows a step-by-step progression. So I believe that we need a phrase that should show the next step in a sequence. Now let's move on to answer choices. A, for example, it uses to introduce an example, but we're not giving an example here. You are describing steps in a sequence. That's why choice A is wrong. Choice B, next. Well, yeah, this fits perfectly because we are describing events in a sequenced order, and the spacecraft was positioned, then the engines were ignited. So it makes sense, right? That's why choice B is the correct answer choice. But still, let's move on to other choices. Similarly is used to compare two things in a positive way. And if you're not making a comparison here, you're just showing progression. That's why choice C is also wrong. In contrast, it uses to show a difference or opposition, and it's not something that we want here, so that's why D is also wrong. The main thing, and this is a kind of an easy example of transition question, but if you're gonna solve hard transition questions, then you need to recognize 3 types of transitions. So the first category is addition, which includes moreover, additionally, and etc. And they are used to add a new idea. And then the next type, the second type of transition type is sequence, which is next, then, firstly, lastly, finally. And they show order in a process or a sequence. And next up, you have contrast, however, on the other hand, like so many of them, and shows difference. Now let's move on to the next strategy. which is checking for direct evidence. And you will understand how to apply it in a lot of SAT questions when we kind of move on to this SAT question. You can pause the video right now. You can solve it on your own, especially if you're taking the exam. These questions are going to be so useful. Yep. So it asks or information detect that supports which statement about historical climate data. So let's read the passage first. So they analyze historical climate data. So they started talking about it. Information gathered from ice cores, tree rings, and etc. to explore long-term patterns of temperature change. That's also something that is important. Although this method provides valuable insights such as revealing past periods of extreme warming, so this method is good. Well, it shows past periods of extreme warming, but it's not widely adopted. Like a lot of people don't use it, right? Because the data is often incomplete, and now they're telling a reason why a lot of people don't use that historical climate data. A challenge that current climate modeling techniques struggle to overcome. Okay, so I guess my prediction here is that the passage tells that this data, historical climate data, can provide unique insights, but many people don't use it, right? Because of incompleteness. Now let's go to the answer choices. Choice A, it may provide insight that other types of climate data cannot. We know that it can reveal past warming trends, meaning it provides unique insights. So let's keep choice A. Choice B, it has thus far proved valuable mainly to researchers studying glacial movements. Well, there is nothing about glacial movements, so we can literally eliminate choice B easily. Next up we have choice C. It may be underused because of its controversial status among scientists. This is a little bit of a tricky answer choice, and that's a trap answer choice. Why? Because the passage says they are underused. Not a lot of people use it because of incompleteness. It's not because of controversy, and we don't know whether whether there is controversy or not. That's why you can eliminate choice C as well. Now let's move on to choice D. It tends to be much more fragmented than other types of climate data of comparable age. We know that there is incompleteness in that data type, but the passage doesn't compare it to other climate data explicitly. That's why you can eliminate D as well. So the best choice here is choice A. It may provide insight that other types of climate data cannot. So my best tip is be cautious of extreme or specific answer choices. For example, if an answer choice adds an extra detail that is not in the passage, well, you can understand that it's probably wrong. All of these 4 strategies don't matter if you keep making the same mistakes that you're doing over and over and over again. And that's why I made this video right here where I shared 5 major mistakes that a lot of people are making. This is what you think a high score on the SAT is. But this is what getting a 1500 plus looks like. And in this video, I'm gonna show you the SAT iceberg theory and the 5 strategies that have helped hundreds of students increase their SAT scores. Let's start with what everyone knows, the visible part of the SAT prep. This is the stuff you see on the surface. Practice tests, vocabulary drills, review books. Don't get me wrong, these are important. They are the starting point of any SAT prep journey. This is where things get really interesting. Here's what 99% of students do. They focus on endlessly solving practice tests, thinking that repetition alone will lead to success. And they believe that more tests they complete, the closer they are to get to their dream score. But here's the harsh reality. If you're like 99% of students, you're setting yourself up for failure every single day. Think about it. The SAT is taken by millions of students every single year, and the average score is just around 1050. One of the best pieces of SAT advice I can ever give you is this. Don't study harder, study smarter by mastering pattern recognition. So you may be thinking, what do I mean by pattern recognition? The SAT isn't about testing how smart you are. It's all about how well you can recognize repeated traps and tricks. For example, in the reading section, the test makers are experts at writing trap answer choices, answers that kind of sound correct because they borrow phrases straight from the passage. But here's the thing, they are designed to distract you. The correct answers are always evidence-based, and once you learn how to spot these traps, you can definitely increase your accuracy on the SAT dramatically. But this isn't just about reading traps. There's one advanced concept that top 1% of students use, and it's called answer elimination mastery. Now, what is answer elimination mastery? It's not about guessing blindly when you are unsure of the answer. It's all about actively answering or identifying patterns in wrong answer choices. For example, in the reading section, words like always or never in reading answer choices are almost always wrong. And in math, overly complex answers often signal a mistake that can distract you. And this allows you to narrow down your choices with surgical precision. And even if when the question seems impossible at first glance. But let me warn you, answer elimination mastery is only the first level of the iceberg. It's so powerful, but it's not enough to guarantee you will reach a top score. But if you want to separate yourself even further, you need to dive one level deeper. Here's what many students don't know about time optimization. Most students don't even realize that the SAT is just as much a test of time management as it's a test of skills. Think about this. Would you spend 5 minutes on easy questions worth the same points as a hard one? Of course not. And yet, most students waste precious time on straightforward questions, leaving themselves scrambling to finish the hard ones at the end of the test. The 1% of test takers do something completely different. They optimize their time by organizing or strategically banking it for the tougher questions. For example, on the math section, the first 10 questions are often the easiest ones. And I highly recommend you to not to spend more than 45 seconds per question here. That saved time becomes your secret weapon when you let or hit the trickier problems later on. This one adjustment alone can make a huge difference in your score. So now we've covered some powerful strategies, but I want to show you one more method, a method so effective you can literally start using it to see instant results. And it's called QTPA, Question Text Predicts and Answer Choices. Let me show you how it works. The first part, question. Start by carefully reading and underlining what the question is asking. Most students rush through the step, but slowing down here is so critical. Part 2, text. Next, go directly to the relevant part of the passage or problem. The third part, predicting. Before even you look at the answer choices, predict what the correct answer might look like. This step forces your brain to engage with the material and eliminates second guessing. Next up, we have answer choices. Compare your prediction to the answer choices. Use elimination mastery so that you can cross out some answer choices that do not really align with your prediction. And you may be thinking, why QTPA actually work? Because it works because it flips the usual approach on its head. Most students dive straight into the answer choices and get confused by the distractors. But with QTBA, you are in control. You aren't just picking answers, you're solving questions with confidence and clarity. If you found these strategies useful and you want to learn more tips like these, imagine how much your SAT score could improve if you had access to all the best cat secrets in one place. Click on this playlist right here, SAT Tips, where I've shared the advanced strategies and hacks that have helped so many students increase their SAT scores in just weeks. Go ahead and tap the playlist now and start transforming the way.
I used to think that scoring high on the SAT was just about studying more, grinding through endless SAT practice questions, memorizing lots of formulas, and memorizing so many vocabulary words. If you apply the right strategies, your score increases. And if you don't use those strategies, you will stay stuck. And it's that simple. So in this video, as you can see in this whiteboard, I will share 5 really powerful strategies, and each one is so important if you're taking the March SAT. So let's get into it. So here we have strategy number 1, and it's called what versus so what method, and it is so powerful. And firstly, I will give you the SAT question that I've created, and then I will show you how this strategy is applied in this specific question, and I will show you how you can use this exact same strategy on other SAT questions. So let's look at this SAT question. So let's start reading this. So it asks for the main idea of the text. Now let's read it. The proliferation of digital consumption, okay, regarding conventional print literature versus emergent electronic media. So they are comparing 2 things. The first one is conventional print literature, and the second one is emergent electronic media. So while those traditional books, they are for textual engagements, digital alternatives such as ebooks, audiobooks, and hyperlinked articles have introduced a shift in cognitive retention and accessibility. So it says the benefits of both of these methods, both traditional ones and digital ones. So now they're saying what researchers posit. And what those researchers think is integrating both of those, both print and digital formats, will help them for comprehension and recall. Yep. And it says there is an increase in retention rates. Yeah. Now, the main idea, in order to predict this question, this strategy, which is what's versus so what method, is going to help us to predict it. So the first step is, after reading a passage, ask yourself these 2 questions. So the first question here is, what is the passage talking about? So in this case, you have to find the topic. And in this passage, it was print versus digital media. And then the next question that you want to ask yourself is, so what's the big takeaway? Main idea, in this case, which is main idea, is using both print and digital formats together improves comprehension. So using both is really good. Now we can go to the answer choices and choose the right answer. Choice A. The transition from print to digital media signifies an inevitable of conventional books. Okay. So inevitable is a very extreme word,
and I don't really like it. And as well, in addition to that, there's no kind of a transition from print to digital media, and the passage says we have to integrate both. That's why choice A is wrong. Now let's have a look at choice B. Digital consumption modalities have redefined the cognitive processes associated with textual engagement. Nothing about redefining those processes. So that's why choice B is wrong. A hybrid approach integrating print and digital media fosters superior comprehension and retention. And that's exactly what we predicted, and that's the correct answer to it. Now let's have a look at choice D. Audiobooks and ebooks have demonstrably surpassed traditional reading in terms of cognitive efficiency. No, we can't say that, because the passage's conclusion is that we have to integrate both. And in this case, they're saying digital formats are better. No, it's not. So D is also wrong. So the best choice here is choice C. Now, let's move on to the next strategy. Strategy number 2. And it's so powerful. If you use it right, I'm sure you can ace your March SAT or whatever exam you're taking. So it has to do all about extreme words. And knowing these words is going to help you to eliminate answer choices really quickly. And if you can spot those, it's going to be so easy. But I can't guarantee that every single answer choice that uses those extreme words is incorrect. In 99%, in 98% of the times, those answer choices are going to be wrong that include an extreme word. But sometimes if the passage actually says that, then it might also be true. So I've actually went ahead and collected all those extreme words that you should be aware of. And I found 3 main patterns. So the first type of extreme words is absolute words. And those things include like always, never, completely, forever, all, everyone. And I highly recommend you to be aware of these things, to be aware of these words. And the next type is exaggerated or overgeneralized words. For example, those words can include inevitably, definitely, definitively, undoubtedly, universally, unstoppable. And those words are exaggerated or overgeneralized words. And the next category is comparative versus superlative traps. Best, worst, least, greatest, ultimate, perfect, impossible, no chance. So I highly recommend you to know these. And I've actually got a PDF in the description below if you want access to these. And now let's move on to the next strategy. Strategy number 3. And it's also really, really powerful. And if you know how to use it well, you can ace your exam. So let's start off. So it's all about understanding percentage increases. And a lot of the times on the FAT, in many of the exams, there are always questions related to percentages. So it's really important to understand this strategy. So firstly, before telling you how the strategy works, I want to show you the SAT question that will illustrate how it's used. The result of increasing the quantity X by 200% is 21. What's the value of X? So in this case, we've got a quantity, which is X. And this is like 100%. And if we have to add 200% of that, that would be 200%. That would be 2x. Let me fix that. Yep. 2x. And if we add both, because it's being increased, that would be 3x. 3x equals 21, and x equals 7. So here we found the right answer. So the best choice is B, 7. And here's a trap. D is a trap because they are using the same number as you can see here. So yeah, make sure that you're not gonna be rushing. So the main strategy here is understanding percentage increases. So here are 3 examples of them. 100% increase is doubling the original number. 200% increase is tripling the original number. And 300% increase is quadrupling, and so on and so forth. So here, this was the strategy number 3. And now let's move on to the next strategy, strategy number 4. And that is knowing these March SAT predictions. And the link to the PDF of like literally 100% free 12-page worksheet of those SAT English predictions is in the description below, and you can get access to it completely for free. So now let's move on to the last and most important strategy of all, and it's the one that is way more powerful than all these first 4 strategies. And if you know this one, I'm sure it's gonna be easy. And that strategy or tip, you could say, is avoiding choices that assume too much. Before you click off this video, I want to say that this one is so tricky, and sometimes you may not even realize that you are assuming. That's why you literally have to pay attention to this SAT question that is on the screen right now. And let's have a look at this one. Which choice best describes the function of the 2 underlined portions in the text as a whole? So as you can see, you have a short 4-line poem, and you've got a multiple choice question, and which asks us about the function of those 2 underlined portions. The first one is autumn and leaves, and the second one is my memories drift. So firstly, let's understand what this poem is about. So it's like a story, right? We've got a windy autumn day, and there are leaves. They're swirling all over the place. So that means they have no control. They just move wherever they want. The wind pushes them wherever the wind pushes them. And you could think about memories as well here. So yes, they're kind of comparing those 2 things. And memories are also the ones that we don't really control. And just like those leaves in the wind, our thoughts, our memory drift around chaotically. So I guess the first underlined part, which is leaves, is kind of physical object. And the next second underlined part, which is memories, is abstract thing. So I guess the poem here is making a comparison between those first physical and abstract objects. So now let's go through the answer choices. Choice A. The poem isn't about time passing. It's about how memories move like... Let's look at choices. They contrast 2 perspectives, one external, one internal, on the passage of time. Well, this poem isn't about time passing, and it's about how memories move like those leaves. So this is wrong. Choice B, they provide examples, one natural, one psychological, of a force beyond control. So this one is so tricky, and it's almost correct, because both winds and our memories are out of control. But it does examples, and the poem isn't just listing those examples. It's making kind of a comparison, or we can also say that as a metaphor, maybe. Now, choice C, they describe the subjects, one tangible and one intangible, of a metaphor that extends throughout the poem. Yes, So the leaves here are tangible, and the memories here are intangible. And the poem, the poet compares them through very extended metaphor here. So I guess that's a perfect match. Now let's look at choice D. They symbolize two different experiences, one painful and one nostalgic, that the speakers revisits in the poem. Well, the poem never says that one is painful and the other is nostalgic, so that's an assumption, I believe. So as you can see, I believe the best choice here is choice C. And now here's our strategy, which is assuming it looks like this. The SAT only asks about what is actually in the text, not what you think might be true. For example, in this case, in choice A, passage of time would be something that students might think, right? Because memories drift is kind of related to passage of time, but it's something that we're assuming. And even in choice D, you're kind of assuming that one is painful or the other is nostalgic. So that's the thing that you want to look out for. And if you truly want to get a very high SAT score on your upcoming exam, then I believe that you need way more strategies, way more practice questions so that you can nail your exam. And in this playlist right here, you can get access to so many tips, strategies, hacks that you need to get your dream SAT score on your next exam. After working with hundreds of SAT test takers, I've discovered something really crazy. 5 major SAT mistakes that are keeping you stuck at a very low score. And they're not usual tips like study more or do more practice questions. They are the real reasons why your score isn't improving. In this video, I will show you exactly what these mistakes are and how to fix them. Let's get into it. So in this whiteboard, as you can see, there are 5 major mistakes that are keeping you stuck. So let's get started with mistake number 1, which is getting tricked by a partial match. In this case, I will give you an SAT question like this, and I will show you how the College Board is trying to give a trap. So in this question, let's read it. So which choice best states the main idea of the text? So it's asking about the main idea. Now let's read the text. The Metropolitan Museum of Art curates a vast collection that spans thousands of years, showcasing works from diverse cultures and time periods. So the most important words here are vast collection and diverse cultures and time periods. Some of its exhibits highlights the masterpieces of renowned artists such as Leonardo da Vinci and that person drawing large crowds. So it's saying those exhibits highlights those very famous artists. However, so here we have a change in our text. The museum also dedicates significant space to lesser known artists. So lesser known, so they're contrasting, saying that they not only show those very famous artists, but they also show less famous artists, including those from underrepresented communities whose works provide a unique perspective on historical and cultural narratives. So our prediction is that they exhibit not only famous ones, but also those who are lesser known. Now let's go to choices. Choice A, the Metropolitan Museum of Art's exhibits featuring Leonardo da Vinci attract significantly more visitors than those showcasing lesser-known artists. There's nothing about the number of visitors in this text, so that's why choice A is wrong. Choice B, the Metropolitan Museum of Art showcases both famous and lesser-known artists to highlight the universal power of artistic expression. Yes, it focuses on famous and lesser-known artists, so let's keep this choice. Choice C, the museum exhibits featuring lesser-known artists focus more on historical narratives than on art techniques. So this choice is wrong because there is no comparison between historical narratives and artistic techniques. It's very detailed thing. It's too specific and it cannot be the main idea of the text. And in addition to that, This wrong answer choice includes real words from the passage, but with a twist. Answer choice A and C here includes real words from the passage, like historical narratives. Let me show you the same exact word. Historical narratives. So it's using the exact same phrase, but it adds a misleading comparison, more on historical narratives than artistic techniques. So make sure that you don't fall for it. And that's why choice C is wrong. Now let's have a look at choice D. The Metropolitan Museum of Art originally displayed only famous European artists, but has since expanded to include artists from various backgrounds. There's nothing about European artists, so we can eliminate this choice. So the best choice here is choice B. So as you can see, that's the mistake, which is getting tricked by a partial match. Some sort of phrase is used from the passage. It does not mean that that is the correct answer. Now let's move on to mistake number 2, which is choosing an answer that is true but not the best supports. Now let me show you through a real SAT questions I created. So which choice, if true, would most directly supports the analyst's claim? A leading online retailer recently introduced a chatbot designed to enhance customer interactions by offering instant responses to inquiries. So it's a chatbot and it will give you responses instantly within seconds. Initially, some company executives worried that customers who engage with the chatbot would feel less inclined to reach out to human representatives, reducing overall engagement with the company. However, so here we have a shift, contrast. Company analysts report that their survey data shows these concerns were unwarranted. So they first thought that if we have a chatbot, then people will not be inclined to reach out to humans. But that is actually not true. Instead, I believe my prediction is that it's actually increases the overall engagement with the company. Now let's look at choices. Choice A, most surveyed customers who contacted the company indicated they were unaware of the chatbot before their first interaction. This is not something that is stated, and we don't really care whether they were aware of that chatbot before or after the first interaction. That's why choice A is wrong. Also, yep, so now let's look at choice B. Most surveyed customers who contacted the company indicated that they primarily sought help with complex issues requiring human assistance. Well, there's nothing about complex or simple issues, that's why we can eliminate choice B. Many surveyed customers who contacted the company indicated that the chatbot helped them feel more comfortable reaching out to human representatives. Yes, that's the exact same thing that the passage says. It increases overall engagement. And engagement could be feeling more comfortable reaching out to human representatives of that company. So yes, that's the best choice here. Choice C is the answer, but still let's have a look at choice D and prove why D is also wrong. Many surveyed customers who contacted the company indicated they would likely use the chatbot again to review their past interactions. I mean, the part that is kind of a little bit off is reviewing their past interactions, and it's not something that is related. That's why choice D is also wrong. And in this case, the mistake that a ton of students make is picking an answer that seems factually reasonable, but it doesn't directly prove the claim. As an example, many students take choice D. Choice D. And the reason why it's wrong is because this shows that users like the chatbot, but it doesn't prove whether chatbot use increases or maintains that human engagement. It has nothing to do with increased engagement. That's why it should directly connect to the claim. So now let's move on to mistake number 3. And this one is also so powerful that so many students unintentionally make this mistake. And that mistake is falling for that's a linking work as a paraphrase trap. And let me show you how it's used. The historical, which is a temple in Athens, has withstood numerous earthquakes over centuries due to its unique construction techniques. In 2020, researchers examined how similar techniques were used in Japan's temple, which has survived over 1,300 years despite frequent seismic activity. And now, the next sentence talks about the interlocking wooden joints in that temple allow the structure to flex and absorb earthquake forces without collapsing. So the first sentence talks about those earthquake-resistant techniques, and the next sentence talks about that new temple, that temple in Japan, and its similar technique. And I believe that the missing transition must show how the second sentence relates to the first. So now let's analyze each option logically. Choice A, furthermore. It adds a new and additional points, but this is not just an extra detail. It explains something that is very specific, so we can eliminate this choice. Meanwhile suggests two things happening at the same time, but this isn't a timeline comparison, so we can eliminate this choice as well. That is kind of clarifies or restates something, but the second sentence is not a restatement. It's an example. So now we can eliminate this choice as well. For example, introduces a specific illustration of a very general idea, which is exactly what the second sentence here does. That's why choice D is the correct answer choice. Let me explain you that mistake. If the second sentence rewords or re-explains the first one, that would be correct. But in this case, as you saw, it's not a paraphrase, it's a specific example. Now let's move on to the next mistake. Mistake number 4. And that is picking an answer that appears in only one passage, and it's related to texts. And let's solve this question in order to understand what that mistake is and how we can fix it. Based on the text, both authors would most likely agree with which statements? So let's read text 1. Urban planners working on stream restoration project emphasize the importance of maintaining natural vegetation along riverbanks. This vegetation not only prevents erosion but also supports wildlife and improves water quality. Many cities are now prioritizing the planting of native vegetation in their urban stream restoration efforts to counteract the effects of past urbanization. So they were talking about natural vegetation being good, and it's listing some of its benefits. Now let's read text 2. Ecologists studying urban streams have found that restoring natural vegetation along the riverbanks plays a crucial role in stabilizing ecosystems. The presence of native plants reduces erosion, filters pollutants, and provides habitat for fish and other aquatic species. As a result, many urban restoration projects focus on reintroducing these plants as a key part of their strategy. So the text 2 also says that natural vegetation is good, right? Telling some even more benefits of it. Now let's read the choices. Cities often struggle to maintain native vegetation in urban stream restoration projects, and there's nothing about struggling. So A is wrong because of that. Choice B, native vegetation is essential for protecting and improving urban streams. Yes, that sounds the right answer, so let's keep it. Choice C, urban planners focus more on reducing pollution than restoring natural vegetation. There's no comparison here, so that's why choice C is wrong. The role of native vegetation in urban ecosystems is widely debated among experts. There's no debate in both of these texts, so D is also wrong. And as you can see, choice B is the best answer choice here. So choice A mentions a struggling to maintain vegetation, but this is not discussed in both texts. That's why my recommendation is to choose an answer that both authors agree on. Now let's move on to mistake number 5, which is not knowing the right strategies.
We all know a feeling when a vocab question pops up with a word you've never seen before. What if you still could answer it without ever memorizing thousands of words? Today, I will show you 5 methods that don't rely knowing the words but on tricks top scorers use. Stick around because this could change how you can handle SAT vocabulary questions even if you haven't studied a single word. So let's talk about Sam, a student just like you. He put in the hours, he crammed word lists, he felt prepared. But on test day, total blank. The vocab questions came up and he felt that he was looking at a wheel. Words like temper, moderate, and balance all sounded close enough. But how do you choose? Sam felt stuck. But then he learned a system that changed the game for him, and today you will get the same advantage. Trust me, even strong students fall for this trap. Think about phrases like not uncommon or never impossible. The SAT loves these little tricks because they're just confusing enough under pressure. So here's the move. Whenever you see a double negative, flip it. Make not uncommon to common and never impossible to possible. A simple adjustment, but under time pressure, it's a game changer. Keep this in your mental toolkit and you will avoid some of the SAT's trickiest traps. But Sam had even a bigger realization. Even though he knew a few tricks, it still felt like guessing. So here's what he did, and it's a game changer. Before even glancing at the answer choices, predict what might fit the sentence. Imagine the word in your head. When you finally look at the options, you are matching your idea with the right word. It's no longer about guessing, but it's about finding the best fit. Okay, so what if you don't know the word at all? You're not alone, and this is where prefixes become your secret weapon. The SAT is built on patterns, and prefixes give you clues so that you can break down unfamiliar words. Let's have a look at an example. Subterranean. So in this case, sub means under, and terra means earth. Even if you don't know the exact meaning, you can guess it's related to something under the earth. Instead of memorizing every single word, you're learning to decode. And because you've been watching so far, I've got a special gift for you. A PDF list of essential SAT prefixes to help you reach that dream score. Grab it through the link in the description. Now, once Sam started using these techniques, he realized the SAT felt different. It wasn't about cramming, it was about his system. But he knew he needed to master one last skill so that he can see his last score improve. And this is where elimination becomes your best friend. Here's a hidden truth. Most SAT vocabulary questions have 2 answers that are totally wrong. So instead of looking for the right answer, just start spotting the wrong ones. And you have to ask yourself some questions like, does this word fit the context? Does it match the sentence tone? If it feels off, cross it out. Now here's where even the sharpest SAT students stumble. There are 3 massive mistakes that nearly everyone makes. Have you ever chosen a word that just looks impressive? You thought it might score you extra points. Here's a little secret. The SAT sets a trap for students who fall for this. You will often see a sophisticated looking word and it's tempting to pick it, right? But here's the trick. 9 times out of 10, that word is designed to mislead you. It's not about sounding fancy. It's about it fitting the sentence correctly. Let's talk about the song. Have you ever picked a word that seemed like a perfect match? and you find out that it was way off. It's easy to miss, but each sentence on the SAT carries a tone, a feeling, and ignoring this tone can flip the meaning entirely. For example, if a sentence is lighthearted and you pick a serious word, you fall into the tone trap. Finally, let's talk about overthinking. Have you ever narrowed down your choices to answers only to start second guessing yourself? Maybe you wonder, am I missing something? Overthinking is where most students trip up, and here's why. The SAT rewards instincts. If you're leaning towards an answer choice, trust it. Your gut feeling is often spot on. The more you second guess, the more likely you are to go for the wrong choice.
I want to give you a complete system to master digital SAT inference questions. The exact approach that top scorers use to get every inference question right on the exam. So let's dive in. So as you can see from this whiteboard, there are 2 easy questions, 2 medium questions, and there are 3 hard questions. And I got these questions from SAT question bank. And the most important thing, I excluded active questions, which is any of these questions are not from Blue Book practice tests, and they're only a little bit in question bank, and we're not spoiling any of your Blue Book exams or anything. So without further ado, let's get into it. So firstly, easy questions. You may be thinking, well, I don't need easy questions, but still, to warm yourself up, it's really important to solve these easy ones first. Then we will move on to medium, then hard questions. So here's the first question. You can try out on your own first, and you can watch my explanations after that. So we need to complete the text, which is inference question. One aspect of in-person shopping that online shopping cannot replicate is the opportunity to touch a product before buying it. Does this difference matter? So they're talking about this difference, touching versus not touching. In an experiment, researchers asked one group of participants to touch a mug and a toy, while another group was prohibited from touching the 2 items. The participants were then asked how much money they would pay for the items. People who got to touch the items were willing to pay much more money for them than were people who weren't allowed to touch the items. This finding suggests that. So there was group 1. They touched the items and they paid more. There was group number 2. They didn't touch, they paid less. So the key takeaway here is that physical touch increases the perceived value. Now we can move on to the answer choices. Choice A, people who mainly shop online probably spend more money every month than people who mainly shop in person. Well, they're not comparing shopping in person and online. And they're not tracking total spending, a monthly total spending. That's why choice A is wrong. Choice B, in-person shopping may make products seem more valuable than they seem if only viewed online. Yes, that is the exact same thing that we thought about, which is touching. Touching usually occurs in person, so touching equals higher value. So that's why we can keep choice D. Choice C, retailers with in-person and online stores should charge the same price for a given product in both places. Well, this experiment doesn't suggest pricing strategies, so that's why you can eliminate it. Choice D, online retailers may be able to raise the prices they charge for products that they're only available online. This isn't about exclusivity, and it's only about touch versus no touch. And we could have inferred that in-person retailers may be able to rate, but here they're telling online, which is completely the opposite of what we think. So that's why B is the best choice here. Now let's move on to the next question. And you can pause the video now if you want to and solve it. Let's read it. Author Conan Doyle's stories about detective Holmes were published between these dates. They have inspired countless successful adaptations, including comic strips, movies, and a television series directed by that person who is celebrated for his animated movies. Until 2014, these stories were copyrighted. The right to adapt was only available to those who could afford the copyright fee and gain approval from the strict copyright holders of Doyle's estate. Some journalists predict that the number of adaptations is likely to increase since the end of copyright means that. So let's break down this passage. So before 2014, the copyright restricted adaptations. They needed money and approval. But after 2014, copyrights expired. So that means there were no fees, no approval needed. So yeah. And now let's predict. So I believe that because copyright ending removes those barriers, there's no cost, there's no permission, people can freely adapt the stories without any cost. Now let's move on to answer choices. Doyle's original stories still become hard to find. Well, the passage doesn't talk about whether it's easy to find or hard to find, so we can eliminate choice A. People will become more interested in detective stories than were in the 1800s. There's nothing about the number of people becoming more interested or less interested. That's why you can eliminate choice B as well. Producing adaptations will become easier and less expensive. Well, that's the choice that I really like because it directly connects to no fees, no permission required prediction. That's why I believe choice C is the best choice here. Now, choice D, the former copyright holders of Doyle's estate will return the fees they collected. Well, there's nothing about refund here. That's why choice D is wrong. So the best choice here is choice C. Now let's move on to medium questions. Here's the first question, and you can pause the video right now. If you want, you can solve it. So let's read the passage. Astronomers investigated the region of Mars because it appears to contain irregularly shaped craters. It may have been caused by massive volcanic explosions. In the investigations of Arabia Terra, the researchers found remnants of ash deposits in an amount and thickness that would result from a massive volcanic eruption. However, here we have a shift in the passage. Erosion and past resurfacing events could have modified the surface of the planet, therefore blank. So let's kind of try to break this down. So this region has irregular craters. And it's some sort of linked to massive volcanic eruptions, and there is a problem. Erosion and resurfacing could have changed the surface over time. So that's our problem. So the key kind of main takeaway that I would get is that the current evidence might not perfectly reflect the Mars volcanic history due to its modifications, right? Because they've modified, right? Let's kind of try to predict. Here we have a however, and that signals that the original volcanic evidence might be distorted. The answer should highlight that the current surface might not show its true. It's like it might not show its true past activity. So now let's move on to choices. Choice A, the current makeup of the Arabia Terra region might not accurately reflect the volcanic activity of Mars past. Well, yeah, it directly connects that erosion, and it says that it's not really reflecting its true past self. So let's keep A. Choice B, eruptions from Mars volcanoes were likely not as massive as astronomers previously believed. Well, we don't really, and in addition to that, the text doesn't even challenge previous beliefs about those eruption size, right? That's why choice B is wrong, because there's nothing about size. We don't know whether it's massive or small. As choice C, ash was most likely expelled from multiple different volcanoes on Mars' surface. Well, the passage doesn't focus on multiple sources. It focuses on one massive eruption. That's why C is also wrong. Choice D, the craters found in the Arabia Terra region were necessarily created by events other than volcanic eruption. Well, nothing about like other events. That's why D is wrong. So the best choice here is choice A. So yep. Always my tip is looking out for words like that show contrast, however, and this signals the shift in the main point of another. And yeah, now we can move on to the next question. You can pause the video right now if you want to. So yep. So let's read the text. So here we have a Declaration of Independence. And there was an end of the revolution against France that began in 1791, written in French, which is not the first language of most Haitians, but which was used throughout Europe as the language of international diplomacy. The declaration notes that Haiti will not bring rebellion to other Caribbean nations, promises to respect the sovereignty of its neighbors, widely understood as a reassurance to the United States, and sets up Haiti as an example for future struggles against colonizers, an implicit reference to the many colonies then found in the Americas. So even though the declaration is explicitly addressed to the Haitian people, it's reasonable to conclude that's blank. So let's kind of try to break that. So French, it was international language for diplomacy, and it was not the first language of Haitians. And the promises to neighbors, and it positions Haiti as an example of kind of anti-colonial movements. And here we have a key contrast, and it says explicitly for Haitians, but includes messages for others, right? So let's try to predict. So here we have, as you can see, the contrast. Although it was addressed to these Haitian people, the declaration was aimed at multiple audiences, not just Haitian people. I believe that's what my prediction is. It might be addressed also to international observers. It might also be addressed or aimed to neighbors of France. So yeah. Now let's move on to choices. Aspects of the declaration were modeled on similar documents from other countries. Well, there's no inspiration from other declarations and there are no documents there. So A is wrong. Choice B. The French government may have been surprised by the declaration. Well, nothing about reaction, right? There's nothing about surprise. That's why B is also wrong. Many Haitian people oppose the evolution and the declaration. Well, there's nothing about opposing in the passage. That's why choice C is also wrong. Choice D, the declaration actually had several intended audiences. Well, yeah, it might have been addressed for international readers, for neighbors, for neighbor countries. So D is the best choice here. Now we can move on to hard questions. And I'm sure that you will learn a ton from solving these, and as you solve more, as you analyze more of these types of questions, you will gain more knowledge on how to answer these. So you can pause the video right now and try out this hard SAT question and this inference question type. So now let's read the text. So here we have Laura Mulvey, and Mulvey has theorized that in narrative film, shots issuing from a protagonist's point of view compel viewers to identify with the character. Such identification is heightened by invisible editing. Okay, that's interesting. Or editing so inconspicuous that it renders cuts between shots almost unnoticeable. Conversely, Mulvey proposes that conspicuous editing or the absence of point of view shot would induce a more critical stance toward a protagonist. Consider, for example, the epic scene in the birth, a conspicuously edited sequence of tons of shots, few of which correspond to the protagonist to your point of view. According to Mulvey's logic, this scene should affect viewers by length. So, let's kind of try to break down this passage. So there is point of view shots, and there's also invisible editing. And so those, when we blend both both of these, viewers identify with the protagonist. If there is conspicuous editing plus no point of view shots, viewers take a critical stance towards a protagonist. And then it's giving an example. So my prediction would be, in this case, it was attic scene, right? Those scenes might reduce viewer identification with protagonists, and it could kind of create some sort of a distance, I believe. So now we can move on to choices. Choice A, obscuring the awareness of the high degree of artifice involved in constructing the montage. Well, conspicuous editing means viewers notice the cuts, they don't ignore them. That's why choice A is wrong. Choice B, lessening their identification with the protagonist, if not alienating them from the character altogether. Well, yeah, let's keep this trip because there's no problem here. Choice C, compelling them to identify with the film's director whose proxy is the camera and not with the protagonist. Well, text never says something about shifting identification. That's why C is wrong. Because of that. Because there is no shift. Choice D, diverting the attention away from the film's content and towards its stylistic attributes. Well, it might be true, but the question focuses on identification, not that general attention. That's why D is wrong. And the best choice here is choice B. And in these types of SAT questions, your understanding of the passage might not be 100%, but looking at the answer choices, by eliminating them, you can find your right answer. Like, choices have a lot more to tell than the passage. Now let's move on to the next question. If you want, you can pause here and solve this question, and you can test your SAT skills. So without further ado, let's read the text. So here we have telescope HST, and it's projected to maintain operation until at least 2030. But it has already revolutionized high-resolution imaging of stellar system bodies in visible and ultraviolet UV light wavelengths, notwithstanding that only about 6% of the bodies imaged by the HST are within the solar system. NASA researchers Cindy L. Young and colleagues assert that a new space telescope dedicated exclusively to stellar system observations would permit an extensive survey of minor solar system bodies and long-term UV observation to discern how stellar system bodies change over time. So the recommendation therefore implies that the HST. So let's kind of break it down. So there is current role of HST here, which is it operates until at least 2030, and it's so good at visible and ultraviolet image, that light's wavelengths imaging of them. But there is a contrast here. Only about 6% of the bodies are within the solar system. Then there is this person, Young, and he or she proposes that a new telescope, a new one, brand new one, dedicated to the solar system, which HST couldn't, right? Only about 6% of HST couldn't do that. So it's kind of the new telescope, addresses those gaps in HST's capabilities or its usage need. So we can now predict, right? So Young's team wants a dedicated tool, I believe, for solar system, because HST could only about 6% of the bodies in HST could do those solar systems. Now let's move on to choices. You can analyze those choices. HST will likely continue to be used primarily to observe objects outside the solar system. Well, that's a good choice. We can keep this choice. Will no longer be used to observe solar system objects if the telescope recommended by Young and colleagues is deployed Well, the text says HST operates until 2030, and there's no mention of stopping existing tasks, so we can literally eliminate choice B. Can be modified to observe the features of solar system object that are of interest to young and colleagues. Well, HST can be modified, but implying that HST can be easily modified, that's why we can eliminate this choice as well, because we can't modify it, right? HST lacks the sensors to observe the wavelengths of lights needed to discern how solar system bodies change over time. Well, the text says HST revolutionized UV imaging, and Yun wants more UV studies, not different sensors. Like, we don't need sensors at all. That's why these also wrong. And the best choice here is choice A. So now we can move on to the last but not least hard question on eCris. If you want, you can literally pause this video right now. I mean, like, solve it on your own first, and then you could listen to my explanation. So, yep, let's read it. During the Restoration in France, the right to vote required in part that a person paid at least 300 francs in direct taxes to the governments. The four most common taxes were levied on real estate, the doors and windows, and the businesses. Foreign investors were exempt from taxation, although relatively few people paid the taxes on real estate. It was the main means of voter qualification and accounted for over 2/3 of government receipts during this period, such as that during women restoration. So there was voter qualification, and they relied on paying those taxes. And there were foreign investors, they were not part of those taxes, and it was like little or no contribution to voter eligibility. And like, people relying on those foreign investments likely didn't really qualify to vote because they weren't paying enough taxes. So yeah, let's predict now. So yes, people with those foreign investments are a little bit of, they're not gonna pay taxes. That's why they can't vote, I guess. So yeah. Now let's move on to choices. Choices help us. Those people who had the right to vote most likely had substantial holdings of French real estate. Real estate was one of those taxed areas, but the text doesn't really prioritize it over others. So it's kind of right, but it's not fully right, right? It's only partially right, and that's a type of a trap that the College Board wants you to fall into. But you're not gonna do that because you know that it's partially right answer. The voting habits of French artisans and merchants were affected in reducing tax burdens on businesses. Well, the text never discusses voting habits influencing those tax policy. That's why these are also wrong. To see the number of doors and windows in French residences was kept to a minimum, but increased after 1830. Well, text doesn't even, yes, text mentions those doors and windows, but it doesn't discuss trends, right? There are no trends there. So that's why T is also wrong. Choice D, people with foreign investments were unlikely to have the right to vote. Yes, because foreign investors weren't taxed. So the people couldn't meet that 300 frame tax threshold. So that's the right choice, right? So the best choice here is choice D. Here we have a whiteboard where I will show you so many SAT strategies and SAT questions so that you can ace your exam. So without further ado, let's get into it. So this is a 2-hour SAT reading masterclass, and you're gonna learn so much in this masterclass. And there are two things that we will do, which is, firstly, we will explore one strategy that can be applied for most SAT reading questions. And we will also do some practice with different question types on the SAT reading section. And I will also give you tips in order to solve those questions. So firstly, let's explore that one strategy. And it's so simple. Reading the question first, identifying the question type, reading the passage carefully, predicting, and selecting the right answer choice. And it was something that I should have said, even though it's a little basic, but now let's dive in. So we will start out with practice with question types, and I will give it. So firstly, let's explore main idea questions. Well, main idea questions require you to have a bit of a unique strategy, which is firstly, you need to identify the general topic first. That is the number one thing that you're going to do. Next up, you will go broad, you will go specific, and your kind of prediction for answer choices is going to be way more specific. And here's the thing, you should look for contrast, arguments, or position. And when you do practice with this question type, you will understand how to apply this thing, like identifying whether it's a contrast or whether there is an argument or position. And here's the SAT question. Now, like before we go into this SAT question, I should tell you one important thing, which is one trap that a lot of students fall into. And that is choosing an answer just because it has words that are in the passage. Don't be confused by that. Now let's move on to the question. So here you have it. Here's the passage and here are the answer choices. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own first. So let's read the text. So it asks for the main idea. Observations of distant galaxies reveal that the light emitted from them is often redshifted. So now we know the general topic, which is a light, like redshifted light. That's the general topic, meaning the wavelengths of the light are stretched, making them appear redder than they should be. And there's also this Doppler effect where the sound of an ambulance siren lowers in pitch as it moves away from an observer. Astronomers use the amount of redshift in a galaxy's light to estimate its velocity relative to Earth. Galaxies with larger redshifts are moving away from us at higher speeds, providing evidence for the expansion of the universe. So my prediction is that those redshift can allow those distant galaxies to expand on the universe. So that is my prediction. Now let's move on to choices. Choice A, redshift is a phenomenon that affects the color of light emitted from distant galaxies. Well, it's partially correct, but it's a little too narrow. Yes, that is true. The thing that is true is that redshift makes light appear redder. That is exactly true, but the passage isn't just about color changes. It's about using redshift as evidence for the expansion of the universe. So this is not the best choice here because it has some parts that are a little bit off. So that's why A is wrong. Choice B, astronomers use the Doppler effect to estimate the distance of galaxies from Earth. Well, the passage, yes, said that astronomers use redshift. But it doesn't say that astronomers use the Doppler effect to estimate velocity. The Doppler effect is mentioned only as a comparison here. It's not the main focus, so it shifts the main focus of the passage. That's why B is also wrong. Choice C, the amount of redshift in a galaxy's light provides evidence for the expansion of the universe. That's a perfect choice. Like, this is the main idea of the passage. Redshifts helps prove that the universe is expanding. So it covers the most important part of the passage. That's why C is the correct answer. Choice D, the sound of an ambulance siren changes pitch as it moves away from an observer due to the Doppler effect. Well, it's something that is completely off topic. The ambulance siren is just an example to help explain redshift, and it's not the main focus of the passage here. That's why D is also wrong. Now, let's move on to the... So in this case, the general topic was redshift. And our prediction, as I told, was redshift is important because it helps astronomers understand that the universe is expanding. Now let's move on to the next type of a main idea question. And in this type, we have a poem. And sometimes you might actually expect a poem on your exam. So firstly, let's read the poem. I wish I had paid attention to the first signs, the first whispers of change in the air. If the skies were darker or the rivers ran dry, it might have been subtle for all I can say. So unnoticed did it slip away. So blind was I to the shifts around me, so dull to mark the falling of the leaves that warned of storms in coming days. Well, the poem here shows or describes how the speaker failed to notice early signs of that environmental change. As you can see, storms here, that means there is an environmental change. They also mentioned that those signs are subtle, but they were really significant. And they regret not realizing the importance of those changes earlier. And I believe that the speaker is kind of reflecting on how those environmental warning signs go unnoticed until it's too late. So yeah. So they're regretting over not noticing environmental changes earlier. Now let's look at choices. Choice A. The speaker reflects on how changes in nature often go unnoticed until their consequences become severe. Well, that's a great choice. I like this choice. Because this matches our prediction. And the speaker talks about missing early warning signs. That is exactly what the point was about. So I guess that's the correct answer choice. But still, let's have a look at others. Choice B. Because the speaker was unaware of the early signs of environmental change, they now struggle to understand the impact. I guess it's too specific for this main idea question, and the speaker regrets not noticing the signs, but the passage doesn't say they struggle to understand the impact now. So that's why B is wrong. Choice C is a new environmental crisis looms. The speaker debates the best way to respond and take action. Well, it's completely off topic, right? That's an example of a choice which is off topic, and you can literally eliminate these choices really easily. It doesn't mention future crisis and nothing about taking action, so C is completely wrong. Choice D. After years of disregarding the environment, the speaker worries it may be too late to reverse the damage. Well, I guess it's too extreme. That's an example of a choice that shows a too extreme trap. The passage doesn't say the speaker actively disregarded the environment and just that they didn't notice the changes. So that's why D is wrong because of that. Now let's move on to the next question type, which is main purpose. Well, something that I should tell you is that main purpose is not a main idea. So yeah, that is something that you should definitely understand. And here we have a question that I've created. And you can pause the video now. You can solve it. So now they're asking for the main purpose. Let's read the passage. In the early 1900s, pioneering filmmaker began creating movies that depicted the experiences of Black Americans, challenging prevailing stereotypes in mainstream Hollywood. So there is a filmmaker, and he makes movies to show the experiences of Black Americans. Yep. His films, including those, addressed issues. So, what are those issues? Such as racial injustice, economic struggles, and migration. So his work paves the way for future generations of Black filmmakers and remain a subject of scholarly study. So this passage talks about that filmmaker, his films, and his impact on Black American cinema, I guess. Yeah. Now let's move on to answer choices. Choice A, to discuss the impact of an influential filmmaker. I guess that's a great answer choice because that was the exact same thing that the passage talked about. They talked about is his impact. As you can see, it also remained a subject of scholarly study. So let's keep A. Choice B, to explain how silent films were made. Well, this passage isn't about the process of making those silent films, so we can literally eliminate this choice. Choice C, to compare the works of two early Black directors. Well, there is only one filmmaker discussed in this passage, so we can literally eliminate it. To describe the difficulties of filming on location, well, the passage doesn't even mention it, so we can literally eliminate D as well, so A is the best choice here. And now let's move on to the next question type here, which is function questions. As you can see, I should tell you most common before doing that, let's move on. Let's look at this question. This is how function questions look like. There is one sentence that is underlined, and you should identify the function of that underlined portion. Before we go into that question, you need to know common function types. So the first type is meaning or explanation. That is, there might be some claim, and the next sentence, the underlined part, could explain it. So that's an example of meaning or explanation function type. Next up, we have study structure. And if the underlying part talks about the structure, how they did that study, then that it could be a study structure function type. It could also be clarification of a prior concept. It could clarify, and it could firstly tell that concept, a brand new concept, and then it could clarify it. It could explain it. It could also link concept. It could also show results. It could illustrate, or it could give examples. It could also summarize or conclude. Now let's move on to the question. So yep, let's read this passage. Architectural theorists have examined how postmodern architecture, and now the underlined part begins, a design movement that emerged as a reaction against the rigid simplicity of modernist architecture, emphasizing complexity, historical references, and playful ornamentation, challenges the dominant architectural trends of that century. Meanwhile, so that person has explored how architects blended modern ideals with regional influences to create diverse designs. However, so here we have a shift in the passage. The extent to which postmodern architecture opposed modernist versus adapted its principles remains debated, leading him to analyze both perspectives in his book. So the underlying portion here defines postmodern architecture, and it kind of describes its key characteristics. And the rest of the passage is it discusses how scholars studied those postmodern architecture, and it also has a shift here, and it says there is an ongoing debate about its relationship to modernism. So yeah, and we can now move on to answer choices. Choice A, it provides examples of how a movement was studied by scholars before that person's work. Well, the underlying portion doesn't even mention previous studies. So that's why we can eliminate choice A. Choice B, it gives a basic description of a movement that is central to the discussion that follows. Well, yeah, the underlying portion provides an overview of postmodern architecture, and that's the main topic of the passage, so I guess that's true. Let's keep B. To see, it clarifies a concept that the author implies was unclear in the studies mentioned in the text. Well, the passage doesn't say that postmodernism was unclear or misunderstood. It doesn't say that, so we can eliminate choice C. It introduces a method of architectural analysis that is discussed in greater detail later in the text. The underlined part defines a movement. It doesn't talk about a method, like nothing about the method here. That's why choice D is also wrong, and the best choice here is choice B. So yep. Always, before looking at the answer choices, you can ask yourself questions. What was that underlying portion was about? And it's gonna help you choose the answer. And the other thing that I see not many people think about is how does this underlying parts connect to the rest of the passage? Like connecting those dots is also something that is important. And in this case, it provides background for the studies of scholars, right? Yep. Now let's move on to the next question type, which is quotation questions. Sometimes these questions are a little hard, and it's really important for us to practice on this question as well. So here's the question that I've created, and it asks for the claim which should illustrate the claim. Okay. So now let's read the short passage. The diversity of trees is a 2015 botanic study by Dr. Someone. In one section, that person discusses how certain tree species are more adaptable to climate change than others, emphasizing that some species thrive in various environmental conditions while others struggle. She writes, here we have a blank. So it says some tree species are adaptable to climate change than other tree species. So the correct answer choice should illustrate this idea, right? Meaning it should describe tree species that could thrive even though there are environmental challenges like climate, like environmental conditions. For example, it could be climate change as well. So now let's move on to choices. The towering of redwoods of California, once dominant, now facing growing threats from rising temperatures and prolonged droughts. This talks about trees struggling with climate change, but the claim isn't about species that adapt. But like what we want is the claim that should say species should adapt well to change. That is the claim that should be added. That's why choice A is wrong, because it doesn't include that part. It doesn't say there are some species that adapt well to change as well. So that's why A is wrong. Choice B, the resilient sycamore capable of withstanding both urban pollution and seasonal flooding continues to flourish in diverse landscapes. This supports the idea that some tree species are more adaptable than others because it describes how this sycamores survive in those challenging conditions. That's why B is the correct answer choice. Choice C, the ancient ginkgo, a relic from the time of the dinosaurs, stands as a testament to the endurance of certain tree species. Well, it talks about species surviving for a long time, but it doesn't directly discuss its adaptability. It doesn't say it adapts well or not. That's why C is right. Choice D, beneath the shifting canopy, trees compete for sunlight, their branches stretching towards the sky in an endless struggle for survival. Well, this is a very general statement about tree growth and competition, and there's nothing about adaptation to climate change. That's why D is also wrong. So the best choice here is choice B because it mentions a tree that could withstand pollution and flooding, which shows adaptability to climate change. So that's the best choice here. Now let's move on to the next question type, which is support and weaken. So here we have a question. Which finding, if true, would most directly support the conclusion? Okay, so now let's read the text. So here we have something which is a widely cultivated species known for its sensitivity to climate temperature changes. As global temperatures rise, researchers are investigating how shifting climate patterns impact grape ripening and harvest timing. So they're researching how that climate change could affect two things. First one, grape ripening and harvest time, the second one. One hypothesis suggests that warmer autumn temperatures extend the growing season, potentially leading to higher sugar content in grapes and earlier harvest. To evaluate this claim, here we have viticulturists. They monitored vines across multiple vineyards for several years, concluding that here we have a conclusion. Grapevines benefit from extended warmth in the fall, resulting in earlier ripening. So the passage says that warmer autumn help those grapevines ripen earlier. So that's the main thing, right? Which results in earlier ripening. Now we can move on to answer choices. Choice A. Although grapevines in cooler regions also showed some increase in sugar content in years with warmer autumns, the increase was much greater in vineyards located in traditionally warm climates. Well, yeah, this seems correct because it says warmer autumns lead to more ripening, and also shows sugar content, which affects ripening increases, especially in warm regions. So let's keep A for now. Choice B. Although significant year-to-year variations in temperature were recorded during the study, no noticeable trend in harvest timing was observed across the vineyards monitored. If no trend in harvest timing was observed, then it contradicts the conclusion of researchers. That's why B is wrong. Choice C. Although grapevines in warm temperatures ripen it earlier on average, those grown in higher altitudes ripened later than those in lower altitude regions regardless of temperature patterns. Well, this choice introduces altitude as a factor which will affect. Well, there was nothing about altitude in the passage. That's why we can eliminate choice C as well. Choice Z. Although grapevines in years with warmer autumns tended to produce more fruit overall, those years also had unusually cool springs, making it unclear whether autumn warmth alone was responsible for early ripening. This choice raises some doubts about whether autumn warmth is the sole cause, and it's literally going to weaken our conclusion. And we don't want that, right? That's why D is wrong. And the best choice here is choice A. And always look for an answer that literally tells you direct evidence of this trend, of this conclusion here. So yep, next up we have text completion question type. So here we have a question. You can pause the video right now and solve it on your own first. And so this question asks for completing the text. Let's read the text now. The eastern halberd is the largest species in North America and a key indicator of freshwater ecosystem health. Due to habitat destruction and water pollution, populations have declined significantly. So that's an important thing. Population have declined. Conservation biologists Dr. Rachel Simmons and her team tested whether a method called head starting, raising juveniles in captivity before releasing them into the wild, could improve survival rates. Working in two river systems, they released both juveniles and wild-born juveniles to compare survival rates. Simmons and her team found that head-started individuals showed a much higher survival rate than did wild-born juveniles, suggesting that, so the passage suggests that head starting increases survival rates. So that head starting is the method, as you saw in this text, and it just improves survival rate. And the correct answer to show that. Choice A. Providing young individuals with a controlled environment before releasing may allow them to develop stronger survival skills that help them persist in the wild. It supports that idea, which is head starting improves survival and says stronger survival skills. So I guess we can keep choice A for now. Choice B, salamanders that grow in polluted environments are inherently less likely to survive to adulthood than those in pristine habitats. Well, this discusses pollution, but the experiment focuses on head starting, not environmental conditions here. That's why B is wrong. Choice C, head starting is more likely to improve survival rates for river-dwelling species than for land-dwelling species. Well, the passage never compares river-dwelling versus land-dwelling species. That's why choice C is also wrong. Choice D, some amphibians naturally experience high mortality rates in the wild regardless of conservation efforts. So what are they? So central idea is the main point or purpose of the passage or a paragraph, whereas details are specific information supporting or illustrating the central idea. So you may be thinking how to identify these questions. And there are 4 common phrases. What is the main purpose of the passage? What does the author mainly focus on, or what is the author's main idea? The passage suggests ... So mainly the 3 skills that you need to have in order to get questions right in this question type. So the first skill is summarizing the passage. So what you want to do is just skim the passage to understand its topic. So this is the first thing that you want to do when you read the passage. You want to identify the topic. What is the passage about? And then you want to identify the purpose if the question is asking, why is it actually written? You can also look for repetition of keywords or ideas. So repeated ideas are kind of main ideas. And the second skill that you need is spotting key sentences. So in some passages, you can find topic sentences of each paragraph. And I'm not saying that you can find the topic sentence of each paragraph all the time, but sometimes you might find it. And it's usually gonna be in the first or last sentences. And you can also identify shifts in tone or direction. So the words that you see a lot on the SAT that can shift the tone is however. And this is the most common one that I've seen in past exams in digital SAT. Thus is also, I've seen thus as well. So the third skill is using context clues for details. You also have to be able to find specific evidence in the passage to support the central idea. So that's also important. So now let's go through a step-by-step process. So the first step is reading the question. Determine if it's asking for a central idea, main point, or a detail. So that's the first thing that you want to do. You have to identify what is the question asking for. And then the second step is skimming the passage. And during this step, you have to note key phrases in the introduction and conclusion. Next up, you have to find the evidence. For questions that ask details, you have to locate the specific line or paragraph. So, yeah, you have to identify the specific line. And the next step is eliminating wrong answer choices. And you might have heard this so many times, but a lot of people don't actually teach you how to eliminate some choices. So usually wrong choices are the ones that are irrelevant or extreme answers. And you may be thinking, what do you mean by extreme answer choices? What I mean here is that there are some answer choices that include words like every time, always, or never. And those answer choices include those extreme phrases that are usually wrong. That I'm not saying 100% of the time, but they are usually wrong. Answers based on personal assumptions or unrelated details. So this is also kind of a type of wrong answer choices where they give some sort of assumptions that are not actually exist in the passage, or they may also include unrelated details. So the final step to answering the question right is verifying the answer. You have to match it with the passage's key ideas or specific evidence. So now I'm gonna tell you 3 common traps, and then we will solve questions related to them. So the first type is the ones that are too broad or too narrow. Central idea questions often trick students with overly general or overly specific answer choices. So you have to keep that in mind. So the second common trap that I see a lot of students make is misleading details. For detailed questions, irrelevant information can appear correct. For example, in the passage, the answer choice might be true, but is it actually relevant to the question they are asking? So you have to ask that question. And in the questions that you're going to solve, you will see those types of common traps as well. So the third type is assumptions. So you have to avoid answers that are not directly supported by the passage. So now here we'll be solving questions. And not to spoil the Blue Book practice tests, what I did was I excluded active questions. I excluded questions from full-length practice tests. And there is a feature like that in College Board question bank. So I excluded all these questions so that I will not be spoiling those practice tests. And we will be solving those things, because I personally believe that College Board resources are the best ones to prepare. I've seen some third-party questions and they're not as good as you may think. So now, without further ado, let's get into it. So here we have the first question. So go back, and the first step is reading the question. Now, let's read the question. Which choice best states the main idea? Let me change the color of the main idea of the text. So they're asking about the main idea. So this second step is skimming the passage. So let's read the passage. The following text is from We Don't Care About People's Names. From now, 5 children and it. 5 young siblings have just moved with their parents from London to a house in the countryside that they call the White House. It was not really a pretty house at all. It was quite ordinary, and mother thought it was rather inconvenience. Not pretty, ordinary and inconvenient, and was quite annoyed at there being no shelves to speak of and hardly a cupboard in the place. Father used to say the ironwork on the roof and coping was like the architect's nightmare. But, so here we have a word that is changing the tone of the passage, or let's say paragraph. So you always have to keep those types of phrases in your mind, and they change a lot of things. But the house was deep in the countryside with no other house in sight, and the children had been in London for 2 years without so much as once going to the seaside even for a day by an excursion train. And so the White House seemed to them a sort of fairy palace set down in an earthly paradise. So now let's think about, let's kind of predict or think about what the main idea could be. So in the first part, they are talking about the house being inconvenient, not pretty, and like they're telling it was a nightmare. So it's more of a bad thing. And then the passage is shifting the tone and is talking about children loving the place. So the main idea, I believe, should be kind of related to this. So now let's have a look at answer choices. Choice A, although their parents believe the house has several drawbacks, the children are enchanted by it. So I believe that this answer might be true because as you can see in the first part, we talked about parents believing that there are some several drawbacks. And in the second part, we're talking about children being happy. So I believe A could be correct, but still we will read the other answer choices. The children don't like the house nearly as much as their parents do. So it's kind of shifting the focus. And B is actually the opposite of what the passage told. So choice C, each member of the family admires a different characteristic of the house. I mean, I don't think that each member of the family kind of likes one characteristic because, for example, in the passage, there was nothing about what parents like it about the house. So that's why C is also wrong. Choice D, the house is beautiful and well built, but the children miss their old home in London. No, children did not actually miss. It was like a fairy palace for them. Children really liked that place, so it is also wrong. So the best choice here is A. So now let's move on to the next question. So now we will read the question. According to the text, what is significant about Cutlet's use of linocut printing? So what is significant? So here we have, they're asking for kind of a specific detail, I believe. Yeah. So let's read the passage. To make her art more widely available, graphic artists turn it to linocuts. In linocuts printing, an artist carves an image into a sheet of linoleum to create a stamp that is used to mass produce prints. In those series, she or he depicts the everyday experiences of Black women alongside the achievements of well-known Black women. This pairing invites the viewer to draw connections among the women. The linocut process enables her work to reach a wide audience and supported her aim to unite Black women through her arts. So the passage is talking about that type of printing, and it's telling that this is used for connecting, for drawing connections among the women and uniting those black women. So as you can see, it's more about drawing connection and uniting. So now let's have a look at the answer choices. Choice A, it involved using materials that were readily available. I mean, there was nothing about those materials, so A is wrong because it's irrelevant. Choice B, it helped her use art to connect people, especially black women. Yes. So as you can see, draw connections means connecting people, and it helped her use that art to connect black women. So yes, B is kind of correct, but still, let's have a look at other answer choices. She became commercially successful once she started using it. I don't think it's that important and it's that relevant, so she's wrong. Choice D, she was one of the first black artists to use. I mean, the passage wasn't really about her being the first black artist, so D is wrong, so B is the correct answer. Now let's have a look at the next question. So the question is asking about the main idea of the text. Now let's read the text. Scrapbooks of saved fabric pieces were commonly kept by women in the 19th century United States, but few are as meticulously detailed as someone's work. Alongside each piece of fabric, that person recorded intimate memories such as dressmaking with her sister. Additionally, she listed the prices and how she used the fabric. Historians note that by representing 50 years of changing textures and patterns and dress styles, the scrapbook is a record of 19th century textiles and dressmaking as well as that person's life. So as you can see, the passage was about scrapbooks of fabric pieces, and they're telling you that it contained almost everything, almost 50 years of different textures, patterns, and dress styles. So now let's have a look at the answer choices. That person inspired other women to save pieces of fabric in scrapbooks and provide historical records of 19th century fashions in the United States. So there was nothing about inspiration, her being inspiration to other women. So A is wrong. Choice B. Historians rely on fabric scrapbooks to understand how fashions changed throughout the 19th century United States. Yes, we know how fashion changed throughout that century, but do we know that historians relied on those scrapbooks? No, and it's also not the main idea. You have to find the main idea, which has to be talked about throughout the passage. Fabric scrapbooks were a popular hobby for many women in the 19th century. We don't really know whether it was popular hobby or not, so C is wrong. Choice D. That person's scrapbook provides a detailed account of her life. Yes, that's true. And historical record of fashion trends. Yes, exactly. In the 19th century United States. So choice D is 100% correct because it's talking about the main idea of the passage. It was, in the passage, they told about intimate memories. That means about her life. For example, her life including dressmaking with her sister. Also, it included the change of different textures, patterns, dress styles, and everything. So D is correct. Now let's move on to the next question. The main idea of the text. Let's read the passage. Psychologists wanted to test how young children think about rewards and fairness. So the two things that they wanted to test, rewards and fairness. In an experiment, two teachers handed out words while children aged 4 to 6 watch it. The teachers gave out the same number of words, but one of them counted the words out loud. So in this experiment, there were two teachers, and they gave words, and they gave the same number of words, but one of those was counted aloud. The children were then asked who was fairer. 93% chose the teacher who counted. The psychologists think that counting showed the children that the teacher wanted to be fair. The children may have believed that the teacher who did not count did not care about fairness. So that's kind of the main idea, I believe. So the thing is that in that experiment, counted was something that showed that the teacher wanted to be fair. But if there is no counting, it kind of means that the teacher did not care about fairness. So choice A, psychologists think children cannot understand the concept of fairness until they are 6 years old. No, there's nothing about the age of them. For example, there's no limitation of age in the past, so A is wrong. An experiment found that counting out loud is the best way to teach mathematical concepts to children. So this is an example of the choice that includes extreme phrases, the best, as you can see in this case. Let's see whether the passage supports this. No, the passage doesn't actually tells that. So B is wrong. Choice C, psychologists think young children expect to be rewarded when the children show that they care about fairness. It's kind of irrelevant and is not supported by the passage. So C is wrong. Choice D, an experiment showed that the way rewards are given out may affect whether young children think the situation is fair. Yes. Why? Because this answer choice is talking about whether the situation is fair, whether it affects or not. The way those rewards are given. If it's like given out loud, that will definitely affect what children think whether the situation is fair or unfair. So D is 100% correct. So now let's move on to the next question. So you can also pause the video from now on and solve it yourself first and then play the video and watch the explanation. So the question is asking about the main idea of the text. Now let's read the text. Microplastics are pieces of plastic that are smaller than grain of rice. These small plastics can be found in large quantities in ocean waters. Ecologists and her team are studying the role reef-building corals have in capturing microplastics from ocean waters. Through research, her team has found that these corals may be storing up to 20 million kilograms of microplastics each year in their skeletons and tissues. So they're asking about the main idea. So the passage first started off talking about microplastics being small, but they told that they are found in large quantities in ocean waters. And they're telling that corals have a great effect on it. So those corals are actually storing that many microplastics, large quantities of microplastics, like 20 million. And even here at the beginning, they're talking about them being in large quantities. So as you can see, you're seeing a lot of repeated ideas. And in this case, that repeated idea is them microplastics being in large quantities in corals. So that's our prediction, I believe. Now let's read the choices. Choice A. Ecologists are interested in learning more about how certain corals build large reefs. I mean, this is not the main idea, and we don't really know whether ecologists are interested about how those corals build large reefs. We don't care about how. So A is wrong. Choice E. Questions remain around the impact certain corals have on ocean ecosystems. There was nothing about questions remaining and them being not confident, so B is wrong. So now let's have a look at choice C. Microplastics are small pieces of plastics. Microplastics are small pieces of plastic that can be found in ocean waters. So this choice is talking about them being small, and this is actually not the main idea. It's just a detail that is talked about in the first sentence, and that's it. But what we want is the main idea. So choice D, ecologists predict that corals store large amounts of microplastics from ocean waters, and this is 100% right. As you can see, throughout the passage, we have a lot of details about them being in large quantities and corals storing them. So now let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own. So let's read the question first. What is one advantage of attaching glass bead to particles when using optical tweezers? Okay, a lot of things that I'm not really understanding, but still that's okay, because we only need to understand what advantage means here, I believe. So what is one advantage? We have to find that advantage, and that's it. So you know what we're looking for. Now let's go to the passage. So they are specialized tools. I'm kind of getting what that means. Particularly useful in biology and medicine that use high-powered beams of light to trap and manipulate particles for study. Use of the tool has led to several scientific and medical breakthroughs over the last few decades. Until now, we didn't have anything about that advantage, but the particles are often under prolonged exposure to the intense heat of the light's beams. Okay. To overcome the risk of overheating and thereby damage, researchers sometimes attach nano-sized glass beads to particles, allowing the light to focus on the bead instead of the particles. Okay, so researchers attack. So here we have attacking nano-sized glass beads. So here we have glass beads, two particles. Here we have two particles. When using optical tweezers, I mean, they already talk about it here. So we have to find one advantage. So that advantage is talked about here, to overcome the risk of overheating and therefore damage. So I'm predicting that the correct answer choice should talk about solving the problem of overheating, avoiding overheating maybe. Yeah, I guess avoiding overheating is kind of my prediction. Now let's read the answer choices. It decreases the time it takes for the optical tweezers to locate and capture the particles. We don't care about the time. And this is also a common trap on the SAT, which is talking about time to confuse some students. So A is wrong. Choice B, it facilitates the sampling of particles without directly heating the particles themselves. So, yeah, I believe this might be true. Yeah, because they're talking about heating, so that they avoid heating without directly heating the particles themselves. So, it might be right. Yeah. Still, let's have a look at the answer choices. It allows researchers to use weaker light beams to manipulate particles. No, we don't have anything but light, so C is wrong. Choice D, it adds a material to which particles can transfer any heat absorbed from the optical tweezer's light beam. No, there's nothing about adding a material, so D is wrong. So the correct answer is B. Now, let's have a look at the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own. To protect themselves when being attacked, hagfish, jawless marine animals that resemble eels will release large quantities of slimy threads. Okay, because these threads are unusually strong and elastic, scientists and her colleagues have been trying to recreate them in a lab as an eco-friendly alternative to petroleum-based fibers that are often used in fabrics. The researchers want to reproduce the threads in the lab because farming hagfish for this line would be expensive and potentially harmful to the hagfish. So, and they're asking about the main idea. So let's talk about what the passage actually is talking about. So they're telling that animals producing so many those threads, and because they're strong and elastic, they're kind of have been trying to recreate them in a lab and making them more eco-friendly compared to petroleum-based fibers. And they're telling that they want to reproduce it because farming hagfish is expensive and harmful. So the kind of thing in this passage is those mucus-like threads might kind of scientists can use those mucus-like threads to generate or recreate a new kind of fabric that can be alternative to those fibers. So I guess that could be kind of my prediction. So now let's read the answer choices. The slimy threads that hagfish release might help researchers create a new kind of fabric. Exactly. So A is correct. Choice B. Hagfish have inspired researchers to develop a new petroleum-based fabric. No, this is wrong. So B is wrong. Hagfish are not well suited to being raised in captivity. Nothing about them being suited or not in captivity. So C is wrong. The ability of hagfish to slam their attackers compensates for their jawless. Nothing about that in the passage, so C is wrong. Now let's move on to the next question. The main idea of the text. In a study of new technology adoption, researchers and others examined negative disconfirmation, which occurs when experiences fall short of one's expectations, to determine whether it could lead to positive outcomes for users. So the team focused on established users of smart home technology, which presents inherent utilization challenges but tends to attract users with high expectation, often leading to feelings of dissonance. So the researchers found that many users employ cognitive mechanisms to solve or mitigate those feelings, ultimately reversing the initial sense of disappointment. They're kind of examines one idea, which is negative disconfirmation, and they tested it through smart home technology users. So they kind of attracted the people who have high expectations, and it led to feelings of dissonance. So the researchers showed that many users employed those to solve those problems. So now let's have a look at answer choices. Research suggests that most users of smart home technology will not achieve a feeling of satisfaction given the utilization challenges of such technology. Now, when we use this term, which is negative disconfirmation, they will actually feel satisfied. So this is wrong. Choice A is wrong. Choice B. Although most smart home technology is aimed at meeting or exceeding users' high expectations, those expectations in general remain poorly understood. There's nothing about those expectations being poorly understood in the passage, so B is wrong. And you don't want answer choices that kind of tell new ideas that haven't been talked about in the passage. Choice C. Research suggests that users with high expectations for a new technology can feel content with that technology even after experiencing negative disconfirmation. Exactly. Choice C is 100% right, because as we told about it, first they had high expectations, and that led to feelings of dissonance. But then when they solved those issues and made it so good, they felt so they reversed the initial sense of disappointment and they were happy. So C is 100% right. Choice D. Although negative disconfirmation has often been studied, little is known about the cognitive mechanisms shape each user's reactions to it in the context of new technology adoption. Nothing about that in the passage. It's 100% irrelevant. So now let's move on to the next question. So you can pause the video now and solve it on your own, then you can play the video. So the question is asking about the discovery of the sandal. Interesting. Let's read the text. The ice melted on a Norwegian mountain during a particularly warm summer in 2019, revealing a 1700-year-old sandal to a mountaineer looking for artifacts. The sandal would normally have degraded quickly, but it was instead well preserved for centuries by the surrounding ice. According to archaeologists and his team, the sandal like those worn by Romans wouldn't have offered any protection from the cold in the mountains. So, some kind of insulation like fabric or animal skin would have needed to be worn on the feet with the sandal. So, what are they talking about? The discovery of the sandal? They are telling that that sort of sandal would typically have degraded quickly, but this one was well preserved. Why? Because of the surrounding ice. And they're talking about if that was like sandal worn by Imperial Romans, it wouldn't have offered any protection from the cold in the mountains. So they're telling that it wasn't also because of the animal skin. So it was because of the surrounding ice. So now let's have a look at the answer choices. Choice A. Temperatures contributed to both protecting and revealing the sandal. So temperatures could be kind of ice, I believe. Being cold and I guess A might be true, but still let's have a look at other answer choices. The discovery revealed that Roman Empire had more influence on Norway than archaeologists previously assumed. No, there's nothing about that in the passage. having more influence on Norway is like not mentioned. Archaeologists would have found that the sandal eventually without help from the general public. I mean, nothing about whether help matters from the general public or not in the past. So it's wrong. So see, the sandal would have degraded if it hadn't been removed from the ice. Nothing about that as well. So A is the correct answer choice. Now let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now. So, according to the text, what is one reason they founded You Recycle Initiative Africa? So you want the why behind them founding it. So they, no, he or she, that person, co-founded it when she was only a teenager. They founded the organization to teach young people how their actions affect the environment and why recycling is important. So the reason why it was founded was because to teach those young people how it affects the environment and why recycling is important. So now let's look at the answer choices. So bring attention to overlooked African artists. Nothing about African artists, so A is wrong. Choice B, to teach young people why recycling is important. So this might be true. Yeah, I guess it is true, maybe. Yeah, well, still, let's have a look at their answer choices. So help adults gain important outdoor skills. Nothing about outdoor skills, so C is wrong. Choice D, to give teenagers advice about starting business. Nothing about business, about starting business. So D is wrong. So clearly choice B is 100% right. So now let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own. So they're asking about the main idea of the text. Let's read the text. So shimmering is a collective defense behavior that researchers have observed in giant honeybee colonies. Okay? When shimmering, different groups of bees flit their eyes up and down in what looks like waves. This defense is initiated when hornets hover near a colony, serving to deter the hornets from approaching the bees. Researchers hypothesize this behavior is a specialized defense response to hornets, as it is not observed when other larger predators approach the colony. So the passage is about shimmering, and they're telling that shimmery is kind of defense against hornets, as you can see, hornets here. And they're telling that it is not observed when other larger predators approach them. So I guess it's kind of more defense for hornets. So choice A, researchers are unsure how giant honeybees defend against predators larger than hornets. I mean, it's not the main idea. They might be unsure about them, but they want repeated ideas, so A is wrong. Choice B, researchers think that shimmering in giant honeybees is a specific defense against hornets. Yes, 100%. And our prediction was kind of right. So B is correct. Choice Z, hornets are known to be the main predator of giant honeybees. This could be the assumption, but this is not actually mentioned in the text, so C is wrong. Choice D, several different species of insects use shimmering to defend against hornets. We don't really know about other species of insects, and it's not talked about it in the past, so it is also wrong. Now let's move on to the next question. So you can pause the video now and solve it on your own. So they're asking about the main idea. Let's read the text. So NASA's Cassini probe has detected an unusual wobble in the rotation of Mimas. Okay, there was an unusual wobble in the rotation of. Saturn's smallest moon. So Mimas is Saturn's smallest moon. Using a computer model to study its gravitational interactions with Saturn and tidal forces, geophysicists and colleagues have proposed that this bubble wobble could be due to liquid ocean moving beneath the moon's ice surface. So they also found the reason why. Researchers believe other moons should be examined to see if they too might have oceans hidden beneath their surfaces. So this passage is about that wobble, unusual wobble, and they are telling that they study its gravitational interactions, and they're telling the reason why that wobble exists. Yeah, and they're telling that the researchers believe that other moons should also be tested. Now let's read the answer choices. Roden and colleagues were the first people to confirm that several of those contain hidden oceans. Is that the main idea? Or do we actually know that they were the first? So no, so A is wrong. Researcher has failed to identify signals that there is an ocean hidden beneath the surface of Mimas. No, they didn't fail, I believe. So B is wrong. Roden and colleagues created a new computer model that identifies moons with hidden oceans without needing to analyze the moon's rotation. Is it a main idea? We can't say that because it's not the main idea. Research has revealed that an oddity in the rotation of Mimas could be explained by an ocean hidden beneath its surface. So I think it's right because unusual means oddity or being odd in the rotation of Mimas. So it was talked about here as well, in the rotation of those Mimas, and they also told the reason why, due to liquid ocean moving beneath its ice surface. Yes, it is explained by an ocean hidden beneath its surface. Yes, 100% right. And it could be the main idea. So it is 100% right, correct. So now let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own, and then watch the explanation. So the question is asking about the main idea of the text. So this text is from someone's poem. Okay. I wish I could remember that first day, first hour, first moment of your meeting me. If bright or dim the season, it might be summer or winter for all I can say. So unrecorded did it slip away. So blind was I to see and foresee. So dull to mark the budding of my tree, that would not blossom yet for many a May. So the poem was about the speaker kind of regretting that he or she was so blind and like it was so unrecorded and so dull to mark that event. And kind of the speaker is regretting how to know how she met like all those things. And like, yeah, so I think it's about regretting. Yeah. So now let's read the choices. The speaker celebrates how the passage of time has strengthened a relationship that once seemed unimportant. Is there something about strengthening a relationship? And are they celebrating? Is the speaker celebrating how the passage of time I'm not sure. It's kind of, it could be right, but I don't know. Like, it has some elements that kind of make me not choose this answer choice. Let's look at other choices. Because the speaker did not anticipate how important a relationship would become, she cannot recall how the relationship began, which she regrets. Yes, she regrets, and she didn't anticipate how important it was. Yes, because on that first date, uh, the speaker is saying, I wish I could remember that. So I guess B is way better than A. So I guess there is a reason to eliminate A because there's no celebration about how the passage of time has strengthened. So B is way better than A. Still, let's have a look at other answer choices. As the anniversary of the beginning of an important relationship approaches, the speaker feels conflicted about how best to commemorate it. No, there is nothing about the speaker feeling conflicted about it, since he's wrong. Choice D, after years of neglecting means ignoring a once valuable relationship, the speaker worries it may be too late for her to salvage the relationship. Nothing about being too late and those things, so D is wrong. So the best choice here is B. Let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own. So let's read the question. According to the text, why does the narrator consult some family photographs? Why? So that's important. Let's read the passage. So it's from a novel, Funny Boy. Sometimes reading the name of a novel is also kind of helps you to understand that piece. The 7-year-old narrator lives with his family in Sri Lanka. So this person is the narrator's aunt. Okay, this person, who was the youngest in my father's family, had left for America 4 years ago when I was 3, and I could not remember what she looked like. I went into the corridor to look at the family photographs that were hung there, but all the pictures were old ones, taken when Vadia auntie was a baby or young girl. Try as I might, I couldn't get an idea of what she looked like now. My imagination, however, was quick to fill in this void. So this kind of piece of a novel is about the narrator kind of searching for the image and trying to get an idea of what she looked like, what her aunt looks like now. So now you have to answer the question, why does the narrator consult some family photographs? I believe it is because it is because to know how to know the appearance of his aunts, to know his appearance of his aunts, I believe. So that's kind of my prediction. Now let's read the choice. He wants to use the photographs as an inspiration for a story he's writing. Nothing about the story he's writing, so it's wrong. Choice B, he's curious about how his father dressed a long time ago. Nothing about how his father dressed. So B is wrong. He hopes the photographs will help him recall what his aunt looked like. Exactly, I believe this is the right answer choice. Choice D, he wants to remind his aunt of an event that is shown in an old photograph. No, there's nothing about an event, so it is wrong. Choice C is 100% right. Now let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own. So the question is asking about why Bill regularly asks about seafaring men. So you have to find the reason why he asks about seafaring men. So the following text is adapted from Someone's Now Treasure Island. So he's a sailor staying at that place, and inn run by the narrator's parents. Every day when Bill came back from his trawl, he would ask if any seafaring man had gone by along the road. At first we thought it was the want of company of his own kind that made him ask this question. So they're talking about what their first thought was, but it wasn't like that. At last, he began to see he was desirous to avoid them. So he wanted to avoid them. That's why he asked. So we don't even need to read the rest of the paragraph. So we can look at the answer choices. He's hoping to find an old friend and fellow sailor. No, nothing but that. She just wants to avoid them. That's it. He's trying to secure a job as part of the crew on a new ship. No, nothing about a job. B is wrong. Just see, he isn't sure that other guests at the inn will be welcoming us sailors. No, nothing about other guests and nothing about welcoming them. Choice D, he doesn't want to encounter any other sailor unexpectedly. Yes, she wants to avoid any other sailor unexpectedly. So this the correct answer choice. See you in day 2 where I will give more explanations. So let's read the question. What challenge did the researchers have to overcome to examine the glyphs? So you need to find the specific detail which is a challenge that researchers had to solve to examine the glyphs. Let's read the text. In 2022, researchers discovered ancient indigenous glyphs or drawings on the walls of a cave in Alabama. The cave's ceiling was only a few feet high, affording no position from which the glyphs, being as wide as 10 feet, could be viewed or photographed in their entirety. However, so here we have a phrase which can change a lot of things on the SAT. However, the researchers used a technique called photogrammetry to assemble numerous photos of the walls into a 3D model. Then they worked with these things to understand the significance. Okay. So, because the ceiling was only a few feet high, there was no position, and it could not be viewed or photographed in the entirety. So that's a problem, and that's a challenge. And in order to solve or overcome that challenge, they used this technique, so that they could view it as a 3D model. So the problem is not being able to view or photograph it in the entirety. So we can't really view it in the entirety. Choice A, the cave was so remote that the researchers could not easily reach it. No, there was nothing about being so far away. So A is wrong. Choice B, some of the glyphs were so faint they couldn't be photographed. Nothing about those glyphs being faint. So B is wrong. Choice C, researchers were unable to create a 3D model of the cave. I mean, that's not a problem. It's kind of the opposite of a solution. I think maybe let's look at choice D. The cave's dimensions prevented the researchers from fully viewing the glyphs. This is 100% right. Why? Because the problem, as I told, was viewing it in their entirety. In the entirety is fully viewing it. So choice D is 100% right. We'll move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own first. So the question is asking about the main idea about Hunt. So in many of his sculptures, artist uses broad forms rather than extreme accuracy. Broad forms rather than extreme accuracy to hint at specific people or ideas. In his first major work, Hunt constructed the mythical character, a weaver who was changed into a spider, by welding bits of steel together into something that, although vaguely human, is strange and machine-like. And his large bronze sculpture commemorates activists and journalists using mainly flowing curved pieces of metal that creates stylized flame. So the main idea here is that he usually creates those, or kind of shows those sculptures in a way that is strange, machine-like. Yeah, kind of those broad forms rather than realistic ones. Yeah. So I think the main idea, like my prediction, is that the correct answer should look something like he usually creates those sculptures that are kind of machine-like or strange, maybe. Yeah. So let's look at answers. He often depicts the subjects of his sculptures using an unrealistic style. So this might be true. Yeah, this could be even the main idea. But still, you're gonna look at other answer choices. He uses different kinds of materials depending on what kind of sculpture he plans to create. No, nothing about different kind of materials, choosing which material to use. So B is wrong. He tends to base his art on important historical figures rather than on fictional characters. No, it's not the main idea. He has altered his approach to sculpture over time, and his works have become increasingly abstract. So it's not the main idea of the text, so A is the correct answer choice. So you have to find the main idea of the text. If you want, you can pause the video and solve it on your own first. So let's read the text. Many intellectual histories of the Black Power movement of those centuries rely heavily on essays and other explicitly ideological works as primary sources. Interesting. A tendency that can overrepresent the perspectives of a small number of thinkers, most of whom were male. Historian has shown expanding the area of primary sources to encompass more types of print material, including political cartoons, advertisements, and artwork, leads to a much better understanding of the movement and the crucial diverse roles the Black woman played in shaping it. So the main idea here is that their primary source is only essays and some ideological works, and they kind of are ideas of a small number of thinkers, and most of them are male, and instead they kind of suggesting that they should use more resources as their primary source. For example, they also should use political cartoons, advertisements, and artwork so that they can better understand the movement in the diverse roles there. So now let's look at answer choices. Farmers' methods and research have enriched the historical understanding of the Black Power movement. And Black women's contributions to it. Farmers' method. Maybe. Let's keep this choice. Before farmers' research, historians had largely ignored the intellectual dimensions. Nothing about intellectual dimensions of the movement, so this is wrong. Other historians of the Black Power movement have criticized his use of unconventional We can't say they're unconventional, I believe, and it's not the main idea, so C is wrong. The figures in the Black Power movement, whom historians tend to cite, would have agreed with Farman's conclusions about women's role in the movements. There's nothing about that. It's like completely new idea, I believe. So A is the best choice here, and it represents the main idea because in the text we have something about the historical understanding of the movements and their contribution. So let's move on. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own first. So let's read the question. What does the text most strongly suggest about the disco genre? Let's read the text. Disco remains one of the most ridiculous popular music genres of the late 20th century. But, so here we have a phrase that changes the tone or, let's say, the attitude of the passage. But as scholars have argued, the genre is far less superficial than many people believe. So, although people believe that it is like the most ridiculous popular music genre, it's actually not that popular. Although people believe like that. Taking the case of disco icon, so here we have disco icon. She may have been associated with popular songs about love and heartbreak, something that's hardly unique to disco, by the way. But like many black women singers before her, much of her music reflects concerns about community and identity. These concerns are present in many of the genre's latest greatest songs, and they generally don't require much digging to reveal. So the passage is talking about disco genre being kind of, people believe that it's so popular, but it's actually not. So yes, this is my prediction. Let's look up answer choices. It has been unjustly ignored by most scholars despite the importance of the themes addressed by many of its genre songs. Maybe, but is the importance of themes addressed by the genre songs relevant? I'm not really sure, but still let's keep it. It evolved over time from superficial genre focus on romance to genre focus on more serious concerns. No, there is nothing but serious concerns like that shift, so B is wrong. It has been unfairly dismissed for the inclusion of subject matter that is also found in other musical genres. Yes, 100% right. It gave rise to a black woman's musical tradition that has endured even though the genre itself faded in the late 20th century. I mean, the passage isn't actually talking about that. It's not the main focus. So the correct answer is C. Now let's move on to the next question. You can pause the video now and solve it on your own first. So let's read the question. What does the text most strongly suggest about conventional ETL fabrication? Okay,